So for the final run here on Saturday, for running the Horizon, I'm Greedy Old Ka. You can call me Greedy, you can call me Old Ka, call me Craig. That's what I call myself. We are running God of War 2018. I am here at the end of the story. You might notice Fimbulwinter has started, and we're gonna do New Game Plus standard SSD. And so, I need to close. Got like an echo because I didn't turn off my stream myself. Anyway, we're running New Game Plus standard on the SSD, but this is on a PS5. This can also be run on a PS4 Pro or any PS4 with an SSD attached. But basically what we're doing here, we're doing the entire story run, beginning to end. The game or the timer will start when I select Give Me a Story Plus, and then it will end when I lose control of Kratos. At the end of the run in Jotunheim, there's a little group of rocks on the ground where you'll lose control of Kratos for the final cutscene. That's where I'll call time. And I am the current world record holder at 3 hours, 51 minutes, and 12 seconds. I'm not expecting to go quite that fast today. I do want to keep it under 3:55. I very much love this run, and it hurts my heart when I do it slowly. So I will try not to do that to you. Without further ado, let's do further, shall we? So we go into New Game Plus. We select our file we want to save over. And thank you all for the good luck. I do appreciate it. There's lots of story here, lots of exposition, lots of things to watch, that's for sure. And you're gonna get a lot of the story with a lot of gameplay, lots of movement tech, a couple of skips, some things that cause us to go faster, but not a whole lot. No glitches in this run, really. We're using the Zeus armor, which that is a category. No Zeus armor, we're not running that. But anyway, time starts here when I select Give Me a Story Plus. So I'll do a countdown, and in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And so we come in here on Kratos chopping down trees marked by his late wife Faye, mother of Atreus, his son. So we're chopping down trees with the hand mark on them that she told him to do. And we'll be building a funeral pyre because Faye has recently passed. Yeah, the Zeus armor has incredible strength. It's what we like to call a glass cannon kind of approach. The strength, deep, and runic is basically really high. You can do a lot of damage very quickly. There's also a boost to your light attacks, so hitting R1. And then there's really low vitality and defense. So if you just pick this up after beating New Game Plus and beating all the Valkyries is how you get it. Your vitality is low enough that you can get one-shotted on some of the more middle difficulties. So here on story, it's not really too much of a concern dying from enemies. Dying from the in-game traps and puzzles and things is a definite concern. But in this, enemies tend to go down pretty quickly, which you'll find out very soon. But the beginning is really just kind of setting up the story, giving you this tension between father and son and all that. But ultimately, this is the start of a redemption arc, obviously, for Kratos. For those who aren't aware, destroyed an entire pantheon in a very popular series of games that came before this. So, yeah, here in the Norse worlds, here in Midgard, you know, getting away from all of that, thinking moving on, having a family would make things different, but still kind of avoiding the past.
That was the last.
Well, yeah, we have everything is upgraded. I have all legendary armor, all legendary attachments. We have the legendary version of the talisman that slows time, which we'll use coming up here in the stranger fight, which is our first kind of
Father?
tutorial boss battle.
Why are we doing this now?
But
I need
here
to
we're
know
going
who can
hunting with the
survive
trace.
journey.
Then we leave for the mountain?
Depends on you. What did you find?
Tracks.
I'm not sure they
Not
ever
deer, though.
said how
looking.
Faye dies, to be honest. Old age? I'm not really sure. Yes, Ragnarok recently had the New Game Plus release as well.
More
so-
tracks?
Yeah. But they're too round. Could be a wild boar.
There is a great deal of unskippable stuff in this
Now
run, so we'll have time to chat about the story, chat about, you know, whatever you want, really.
This way, boy.
But I'll do my best to kind of relay things that do get skipped and whatnot as
deer
we move
tracks.
through, so you
They're
get
fresh.
kind of the full bedtime
This way.
story here on a Saturday night. I wish hunting was this easy, by the way. It really isn't.
Slow
You
down,
don't just run
boy.
into things.
Sorry.
You are hunting deer, not chasing it.
Yes, Father. He broke our bridge. How are we gonna get across?
Step aside.
Wow.
Go.
It's an awful lot of waiting. You know, I gotta call it
here.
back, jump across. We got our first cutscene skip.
is.
So
Hold.
cutscene skips, I have to basically hit X quickly until the little skip shows up on the bottom, and then hold it once it does show up. It's not an instant
You are
skip
not
by
ready.
any means.
Stay
So
back.
yeah. But here's our first fight. And so one of the mechanics you'll see me using is dodging after attacking, which gets you moving
Stronger.
right away. Essentially, you
They've
can
never
come
come
out of
this
it
close to our woods
into
before.
whatever direction you'd like. And now you're about to see how we move around. I'd like to introduce you to our movement tech today. It's called Agile Strike, and I know it's just going to lull you all to sleep. Generally, moving across long spaces, I'll be doing
went
that.
hunting with Mother a bunch of
If you would
times.
like a comparison,
take me.
it's about
Why now?
7 or 8 seconds faster to
was
do that
time.
across Tears Bridge than it is to just run. So there is some real time save involved by using it, but it can be a bit much, you know? That guy was starting on fire already,
It's opening.
so he didn't die from the glaive, but that's
frozen in
fine.
place.
Generally, what I would do there is make sure everyone was dead with the glaive, and then go right to the chain, but he stayed alive. And so this is actually a slow walk section, and you'll see me do this tech here quite a bit through the run, where if there's a slow walk going on, I'll be swinging my axe when I'm
Wait for
able.
my
You're
mark.
not able to do that all the time, but you
Steady your
can
aim
use that
and
to your
breathe in.
advantage to move quickly through areas where you're forced to move slowly and you can't use all of your attacks. So
It's still a lot.
So here's our first real boss, which we'll make short work of. So the two runics we use generally
Whoa! How'd you do that?
are the Hell's Touch,
Okay.
which is the light runic attack, which basically stuns your opponents with a bright light. And the Frost Glaive, which is where the heavy runic that hunts down your enemies, basically. And I think you can take out like 5 or 6 of them at a time. I can't remember what the max is, but it is a bit RNG, the Glaive, because it doesn't always get everyone. Another thing you'll see me use a lot is Atreus's crows here. I believe it's the crows. But essentially... Oh, he didn't die. Okay. They're there to keep things in place. They don't do a lot of damage, but they will stun your opponents in one spot and make them much easier to kill.
Not to speak.
But why would a fire troll burn
But when the glaive doesn't work, things tend to go quite a bit slower.
What was that frozen thing that it...
But, yeah.
Inside, boy.
I'd like to think Gildan is part of every universe. He's like a nexus point.
You lost control.
That thing was trying to kill us.
Alright, so here is the stranger fight. Got him. Alright. So that's a tricky one. There's a more conservative strat where you can slow time and knock him up in the air and basically get rid of all of his health. But to save time there, we actually do it without slowing time. And getting him in the air is really key because you need to get a couple of really heavy shots and a slam at the end. And then if you don't slow time, you actually do less damage. So I have to hit him at least 1 or 2 more times before he charges me. And I try to do that after he's like rolling away. So, yeah. Gildan is the Dark Tower. That's right. The axis on which all worlds turn, as they say. I see Elk is in chat explaining Kratos' past. Yeah, he was tricked into killing his own family. Then found out Zeus was his father and put him up to all of this God of War nonsense to take down Ares, and then became afraid of him afterwards and went a little bit crazy after Kratos opened Pandora's box and let fear out into Zeus. So then he tries to kill Kratos, and Kratos comes back, and then I think he does it again, and Kratos comes back again, and Kratos just kills everyone, the Titans, the gods, everybody, and that's how he gets here. So
Maybe whoever it is you've got stashed in that house with.
Jeremy Davies is an amazing actor in this. The voice acting and all of that is just so amazing, and the people that they picked for the roles are... I don't know who their cast director is, but they do a great job at Santa Monica, I'll tell you that.
Who is it? Who are you afraid I'll find? Let's find out.
Alright, phase 2. Got him, one more. Okay. So that's really good. And I'll have to look at the delayed chat or the delayed stream in order to see what my time is, but that's fine. I'm not keeping my splits, but I do have them open so I can give you guys a bit of a rundown on how far behind we are and kind of where things stand as far as time save. We got a bit of a slow walk here, nothing I can do to speed this up.
Leaving so soon?
Alright, so we've got a bit of a rest here. This is a longer cutscene.
When Odin sent me here,
Just Baldur trying to be reasonable.
You
Just ahead.
You had to act all proud. Throw whatever you have at me. I'll keep coming. That old body will give out. But before I end this, I want you to know one thing. I can't feel any of this.
That little crack in his voice that he makes happen is just the craziness that's in there. Just a broken man inside a god's body. That's all it is. He seems like a calm and reasonable person. Yes, he does.
Seen it with your own eyes. You can't hurt me. Nothing can. This fight is pointless. Your struggle is pointless. It didn't have to be this way. Pathetic! You can't win!
I do have sound effects turned down quite a bit on the game audio so that you guys aren't getting all the crashing and banging over the great music and the wonderful dialogue.
And if you'd given me what I wanted, it wouldn't have ended this way. But no!
So here we're gonna slow time for the first time. Run up on him. And we're gonna do our little trusty combo. And down he goes. And so I'm gonna push him over here so that he grabs me faster. Because he'll roll away from you no matter where you land. And then, yeah. Fight's over already.
I'd hope that you, of everyone I faced, would finally make me feel something, but you can't.
All right. And so one of the things here that we like to compare against is the neck snap. And yeah, a good one we tend to say is under 14 minutes when you're first starting out. I like to have mine around 1340, 1345 on an average, which seems like 1343 was the time I just saw. The rest of this is all scripted. I just have to hold forward. But essentially, that's how I know I'm on pace here. So, yeah.
He knew me. Did he know my past?
The music is good all throughout this too. We get some pretty good tunes to enjoy during this story.
What do I do?
The vocals are fantastic.
Son is not ready to carry your ashes to the top of the mountain.
There are several spots in the run where there's long enough breaks where you can get up and stretch out a little bit and not miss too much. I will certainly be taking a short break when we're headed up the mountain or when we go into Tears Vault. Just because it's a long run, I'll probably need to get up and use the restroom or whatever. But yeah. And so this is where our first split would be. As soon as the prompt comes up on the door here is where I would split, but which is usually about 15 minutes and 15 seconds.
Mountain.
All right, so now we're basically free to do what we need to do.
Whoa. How did this happen?
There's a forced camera angle at the mountain, which is why I was staring up at the sky there. There is nothing I can do about that.
Could have died. Never leave me alone again. All right?
All right. Up.
You've had to kill people before, haven't you?
And so now we have to teach Atreus
We do what we
how
must
to be out
survive.
in the open and
Animals I
among
get.
people who are trying
They're
to
food.
survive.
Draugr, they're supposed to be dead. But people, they're trying to survive too.
Close your heart to it. On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. Do not allow yourself to feel for them. They will not feel for you.
I understand.
And so here's our first wheel and freeze mechanic.
I've been here all this time.
We had a chain and freeze earlier,
Why
but
don't you help me up there? I can
so
get a
we'll
better
see
look.
that over and over again as part of puzzles and things. Sometimes I like to have fun and just pick things up for no reason.
Boy,
Yes, sir.
I have no reason to pick up Hacksilver or really anything other than to keep it away from a prompt that I might want to use. There's several parts of the game where you might have a bad guy die in front of something you need to interact with, and they'll leave some loot. And it's one of the few games where I am definitely not a loot goblin when it comes to wanting to speedrun.
Worshipping the gods?
The gods care nothing for them.
Don't need the stuff, but sometimes it's just in your way and you want to get it out of the way or not have it possibly in the way earlier, so it works out. All right. So I need my axe for this fight, so I recall it.
So, how long will it take to get to the
Got a
mountain?
little bit of a Draugr fight coming up around the corner.
Before winter falls?
I do not know.
We like to use the glaive when possible. Alright. So I'm going to get 2 spawns here. I'll take them both out with 1 axe throw. There'll be a spawn back into my left, and then a spawn to my right. And all of this, as you can tell, is pretty scripted. Now there's a guy up here, we'll hit him with an arrow. Hit this guy, that guy, put this away. Bang, we're good. That worked out perfectly. So spawns are generally scripted. Spawn points can be RNG, but they're always kind of the same spots. They just might show up in one spot than another in each run. So it's just something you have to be aware of where they can show up sometimes, and not necessarily that they're always going to show up in the same place. That fight is scripted, that's how they come in. Same with what's coming up. It's pretty much the same all the way through, but there'll be certain fights where you can tell that I'm searching for things rather than knowing where they're coming from. So
Remember, accuracy over speed.
a little something we like to do here, even though it's not necessary. Raven.
That was the last one. Was I better?
Take even more
All right.
time. It does not matter if you fire only once. Show me control.
And now we wait for Atreus. He always takes this long.
Read it.
Oh, this used to be a marketplace. The dragons used to gather here to talk to the gods a long time ago. Wonder if Odin was ever here. Above us! Something's breaking through the wall!
Alright. And so up here is where we're gonna meet Brock for the first time. We got a little ways to go. I missed that throw, but that's fine. Missed that throw too, apparently. Normally I have it charged, but I wasn't quite ready.
Do you hear that? What is it?
We will see.
Alright, so we have our first Revenant fight now.
What is that? So we're going towards the scary singing?
Why he won't do the thing? Okay, so we knocked down the bridge over there because we need this is a really good angle just to throw it at. You just had to be pretty precise there. Then we recall it, throw it at that one. Don't have to take that guy out, but I just do because it's on the way for the punch. And now... And we need this rage right here for a skip that happens a little bit later. It's a way to skip a fight, basically. And so this is what I'm talking about. I need the wheel, but that Revenant always shows up right there. So I have to pick that stuff up so that it doesn't get in my way. And right now I'm waiting for this last guy. And then I need to do this. So it's always good to know if there's something in your way.
Courage, boy.
And so here we're gonna get Sad Boy. It's a pretty quick fight in here, but there's some waiting story-wise. Okay, skip a cutscene. A couple of punches over to Atreus.
Boy.
And something you'll notice that I do before every prompt that I'm agile striking up to is dodge after my agile strike. There's a little loading screen here, and then a fight with the Reavers who came back. Nice. Sometimes it doesn't take them all out.
They came back. They came back.
It is finished.
Okay.
I want to leave here.
Then collect yourself. We must find a way out. Here. Find something to pull me up.
Yes, using the stun R3 grab attacks on Revenants can be quite fun. Absolutely. A bottle of wine sounds great, Dorian. So the previous world record holder, Mr. Iddles, who I took this from, who is he currently has the Give Me God of War record, once told me in chat that throwing your axe at Atreus here makes him move faster, but I don't think that's true. I think he just wanted me to do that.
Right.
I can't find any reason why it works, and I can't see the evidence of it when I am doing it. So.
He would have killed you.
But it is fun to throw things at him while he's walking.
I didn't know that. I just...
And we will go home, boy.
Anyway, so our first really kind of tricky skip is coming up.
Wait, no.
What we're gonna do when we meet Brock, there's a short conversation that you have between the three of you. And then Atreus tells you to throw your axe into the trees because the animal is scared. I'm going to make the axe throw happen really early and skip about 30 seconds of dialogue. So,
listen to me.
Time to focus.
To be effective in combat, a warrior must not feel for his enemy. The road ahead is long and unforgiving. No place for a boy. You must be a warrior.
I understand.
Get up and move. I'll kick you square in the rear, you don't move. Come on!
And once he yells, "Come on," I can throw it. And normally I would split here. And so what makes that happen is normally you slow walk that. And so I use the switch stance blade attack, light attack, to move quickly through there. And there's a little rock on the, a bigger rock on the ground right before the bridge. And you have to get right up to the bridge to be able to pull out your axe before his dialogue ends. And so you have to like be really quick about it and cross a certain threshold in order to make it work. If you don't, you have to sit there and listen to them talk for a bit. Then Atreus will tell you to do that. But it's actually one of the more difficult things to do because you really can't screw it up. There's no room for error, or the dialogue plays through and you can't throw your axe. You can take it out, but you can't use it. So one of those things that I practice quite a few times to make sure I don't lose that almost 30 seconds of dialogue time loss.
Or we are dead. Understand?
And then there's a whole lot of skipping fights and things, especially during traps. Like, that's not what I want. Okay. I'm gonna die, I think, but whatever, we're getting there.
Now, boy.
So what I'm supposed to be doing is hitting that as I walk forward. I didn't do that. That's fine. We got through. I didn't get squished. Biggest time losses in this game are deaths because of the loading screen to come back. So... Hey, Kobe. Bingo was awesome.
Hey, look at that. What is it?
Boy.
Look.
Alright, so there's a neat little quick version of this puzzle that we do. So we set the ice to freezing that part of the puzzle. We'll turn this.
Maybe there's a clue around here.
And now what I need to do is be aimed at the other one
Come back down.
as it's lined up and
Think that one's
immediately
right.
throw. And now I wait until it goes around and pull the axe out, and then we'll be all set.
That's it. I see runes.
Boy, what do those runes say?
Oh, it says family. That's not a clue. It's the answer. What I alone
A
can
regular
never be.
thing. I like doing
Right?
bingo.
Use your
It's a lot of
knife
fun
and trace
today.
the runes into the sand.
Vita and I always have a great time when we do it too. It's always just like we really put a lot into it. I get so
Something
sweaty and
happened.
stuff when we do that. It's just like a really intense like end of a PB speed run, but it's like the whole time you're just like, oh my god, what's he doing, or like all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun to do those for sure.
I'm happy with my Brock, but I'm happier we're leaving this place.
It is behind
All
us
right,
now.
so we're moving out of the area around our house and getting closer to meeting Freya.
Boy,
So there's this fight you all might remember from your first playthrough if you have played. And you don't even have to look at this guy, much less fight him, so we're just gonna do this.
boy, I hear your animal ahead.
I knew it was a book.
Alright, we got the dodge, so I can skip the cutscene just a little sooner.
Already.
Nice.
Never dropped.
There's little things like that before cutscenes that sometimes you can get, and I probably won't point them all out.
But I hit
But
it,
sometimes you
didn't
can dodge into a
knew you said
cutscene a
it
little
would
bit
pick it up.
quicker and things like that, so that you're past the point where it would trigger
Stay
the
alert.
cutscene itself,
More of those
or the
people?
point at which you can actually skip the cutscene. There's probably 3 or 4 of them throughout the run, so
Here.
I see the Hellwalkers are actually cooperating today. They don't always die in 1 or 2 punches like that. Anyway, we have to go through a maze here, so I'm gonna focus. Go right, left into the cave, right, left around the corner, left around this corner, right through here. And Frey is angry.
Atreus!
Let's go carry Hildisfini, shall we? I mean that pig we shot. Instead, we're gonna punch the air. Oh, we're gonna do so much punching of the air today. Can't even tell you.
That bow is a little big for you, isn't it?
Hey, Aaron, welcome in.
Another
Thank you for the good luck.
Said I'd grow into it.
I've never seen you. in these
Imagine
woods.
dying in a
She
cutscene.
must miss you being away from home.
Sheep. She's dead. We're taking her ashes to the highest peak
yes.
in the realms.
Ashes?
It was her last wish.
Boy,
I'm sorry for your loss.
Ah, yes. See the turtle.
We're here,
You live in a tree?
not in it, below it. Hemele!
Look!
It's all right.
Is he friendly?
boy.
I promise you, he's safe.
Is that the gap in the fence video?
He won't hurt anyone.
For those who don't know, Vita did a stream where he was playing Ragnarok, and Atreus kept saying, "There's a gap in the fence over there in Alfheim," and it got real annoying.
Quickly.
It's a funny video. It's good stuff. There's no eating Hildisfini. It's not nice. He seems like a kind, intelligent man. And also a pig. And it was target practice, not dinner. According to Atreus. Alright, we're getting these herbs. He dropped his knife at the beginning of the, and if you're wondering why I'm not doing agile punching or agile striking here, it's because you're not allowed to attack. So you have to run these ones out. I'll be able to right after this, though. Yeah.
This underground passage should put you
And
back
so now
on
we
your path
finally
to
get
the
our
mountain.
compass, which
Just
is
use
the
book. Wait,
super helpful
take this.
thing when you're trying to
can use
actually
it to
hundo
orient
this
yourself
game,
and navigate the
building
world.
a file
It will
percent.
always steer you towards your goals.
The compass in God of War is notoriously hard to keep up with. The things move around on it quite a bit. So I don't really use it that much in the run, that's for sure, or at all really, so yeah. And so this split here,
Now we'll get to the mountain quick.
so first split is always called the
just
Stranger,
can't believe I'm here.
second is
In
Brock,
all this.
third is the World
There was a
Serpent,
time I thought
and
I'd
so
never
we're on
learn
our way
words.
now to the World Serpent,
You are not to blame
Jormungandr,
for your sickness.
who is
Oh, I
right
know.
now
I guess I'm just saying.
keeping the
This
levels
is
of the
great.
Lake of Nine pretty high.
There's the mountain. Look how close we are.
We flow into seawater.
How do you know?
And so
you
if you
not
want to
smell it?
do anything,
That
we
smells
got to
the
get him
sea.
out of the water. So we're gonna go
Sea
do that.
stinks. Look at that. It's Thor.
Thor, god of thunder.
That's right.
I'm excited to watch
I
Marin
never
do
thought
that
you
run.
listened when Mother spoke
I
to
haven't
the
actually
dogs.
watched it,
seldom did.
even though I did use
Did she
Elk's
speak of
video
one of the
about
female
getting
bay?
it early
Oh.
in my
That sounds like Bob.
not ashamed even a little bit first
Aesir god,
playthrough of
Son of Odin and Frigg.
Zero
And
Dawn.
Odin is king.
I
That's
cheesed the hell out of my first
Why
playthrough.
do you ask?
I over leveled myself early on in the Sacred Lands.
I see rooms there.
I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Just
I did play on
can't
Ultra
quite
Hard,
make
but
it out.
I spent several hours killing Striders and Watchers. So we're skipping the cutscene, but right here we throw our axe in the water, and Jormungandr comes out and gives it back to us. And he says some things we don't
going to the dock
understand,
first, right?
and now we're going
We'll be the first
over
people
here
to
to
walk
Tyr's
on it.
Temple.
Who knows how long?
You know of that serpent?
He's one of the giants. And he's so big he's wrapped around the whole world and bites his own tail.
So I'm pretty sure they use the early escape
Pretty
from
big to
the embrace thing, right? For Shield Weaver.
You rush around like that everywhere?
Like you can just escape and go get the power cells, I think. But yeah. So right now we're just waiting for Brock. Have a little chat, get our I don't know how you say it. Yggdrasil. He says it like Yggdrasil.
The pile of rocks there? With that key of Yggdrasil,
Yeah.
you can open a magic door to the branches of the World Tree.
So this is our fast travel mechanic. We're not going to use it here because it only comes back here right now. But we will use it a bit later. There's some restart from checkpoint stuff that goes on during fast traveling to make it a little faster. So we'll use the restart from checkpoint function for several things in the run, and I'll touch on them when we get there.
Yeah, I don't see us wanting that.
So we're going all the way across the bridge. And that is what happens when you mess up the movement tech. He pulls this out. I'm going to do that a lot, probably.
Enemies ahead!
So, you know, I'll get used to it. And so I take them out, and then the crows actually knock off a guy who crawls up from the side. And I don't even have to look at it for that to happen, which is really nice. And none of these guys need to die either. And so the reason I picked up that Rage Stone all those long while ago when we fought the Revenants was so I would have enough rage to do this. Otherwise, it's hard to find Rage Stones between that point and this, and that's a full Rage Stone. It just fills you up.
Poison magic.
And it's really only
She
used
was
just
the
for
one who
that, to
showed
go
me how
through
to
the poison
decipher.
without taking damage, and to be able to
It's just
grab
funny to think of her teaching me
that
something.
climbing point. And the reason we do that is because there's a fight with a Tatzel worm underneath there. If you clear the poison, so you have to do that first in order to crawl up. And so we skip that fight by using Rage really quickly. Okay, So I'm gonna get
Ready.
2 guys, one back to my right, one back to my left are gonna spawn, but first I'm gonna do this, this, and shoot, and then we'll climb, and I'm keeping my axe in my hand when I do this on
Can't
purpose.
tell. Are we getting
When
closer
you
to
go
the
to a
mountain?
climbing point or anything and you have a weapon out, Kratos will take it out automatically, so you don't have to do the button press. Goes the same for when you want to put away after something as well, so you have to put your axe away if you want it to be away when you're done.
You just disappeared?
And so I kind of messed up and recalled my axe early, but that's alright. And so we want the axe out
Do
here
you think for
again,
this
because we're
last
going to
leg
throw
up
it
the
right away at
mountain
the
that
top.
Maybe I can carry her?
I told you no.
Why? She meant more to me than you anyway.
What?
I just meant I spent more time with her. You were off hunting a lot.
It will serve you to stop talking.
Okay. We get our first ogre. We'll try to make some short work of here. We'll use the glaive to take all these guys out, and the crows to knock those guys down that are popping up on the side. And I just wait for the door after that, and now we make our way to see Freya again.
Whoa. I can see why Mom wanted us to bring her here.
Indeed.
I'll skip the cutscene, and then we'll have a nice slow jog down here with Freya. And we'll have the second one of our very unnecessary
another round?
collectibles that we like to
Only
get
for a
during the
little
run.
while.
Only for a little
Up
while.
here on the edge of the mountaintop. There, if you don't notice, is a raven.
We'll use this.
Oh, you moved.
Great thaw.
Damn. Sindri said it was broken.
Got him.
Sindri.
The dwarf
You
at
know,
the foot of these
ravens for
hills.
luck, as it
He
were.
was fixing it when we got here.
No one was there when I passed by. Perhaps he finished. Dwarves are
The
awfully
Witch of the
resourceful.
Woods is
And
Freya,
irritating,
yes, of course.
Based on the two we have met.
That too.
This is a spoiler speedrun. Yes, indeed. The stranger is Baldur. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you guessed, but...
Tyr's temple is at the center of
If
the
you'd
lake.
like to see Freya
It
look
is from
really
there we
uncomfortable, I
travel
can
to
stand right
Alfheim.
here this whole time, and she'll
Thankfully,
just
it's no longer underwater.
stand with her head
Why
turned
is that
sideways.
creature in the bay?
Like a, you
No
know,
one
how a
knows.
normal person
He
talks
just
to people.
appeared one day. Soon after, Thor attacked.
Oh, and it looks like we
and
got
their
a
battle could
raid
be
from the
felt across
dudes.
all the realms.
Welcome in, dudes.
Ultimately, it ended in a stalemate, and Thor
The
returned to
dudes
Odin
are
empty-handed.
here.
The serpent stayed and grew so large, he
Oh
now
no, Wyndham,
spans all
that's
of Midgard.
disgusting logic. Why would the
See?
kid be Loki?
Told you.
Who's Loki? I don't
They've
even know
hated
who
each
that
other
is.
ever since, destined to kill each other come Ragnarok.
You believe in
Oh,
Ragnarok?
thanks for the luck, Robs. Appreciate
I really
it.
wish I didn't, child.
All right, so we've got some movement here.
No, we actually talked to the road serpent.
Getting to the door.
An exaggeration.
I'm good with languages, even ones I've never
And
heard
so
before.
one way to know if
When
I
he
did this
talks,
quickly
I can't
is
understand any of
we
it.
can cut off
Sadly, no one
Freya's
can. He speaks a
dialogue
dead
right here.
tongue. Watch your step.
and
Just along
basically
here.
You sure?
if there's any
You
gap
came
in
through here
between when
before
she
and
says
there's no way
tongue
back
and
at
watch
all.
your step, you've gone
See?
too slow.
Is that
It's the
so?
way I look at it.
Let me show you something.
So yeah. All right. It's
Are
a
you
lot more
watching?
walking in this one. This whole section up to
Leo.
learning how to fast travel
Elven
is
architecture.
pretty slow.
My bowstring was soaked in the light of Alfheim.
There's a couple of the small
can now
fights on the way
reawaken the
here and
magic
back,
of the elves.
but beyond
Wait,
that, this is
it
really
won't
just
just disappear, right?
execution
Not
through
as
this
long as
part.
the light shines free. This way.
I want one. Those roots.
Twitch does do
What
that
kind of
stuff,
magic
doesn't
is
it?
that?
It's Vanir.
From Vanaheim?
You know of it?
Just stories. Mother didn't say much about the Vanir gods. Just that they're always at war with the Aesir. As compared to Odin and Thor, they're the good guys.
There are no good gods, boy. Thought I taught you that.
And again, if you're wondering why sound effects are kind of low, I did turn them down so we can get more of the dialogue and everything.
Tyr's temple.
So you'll get dialogue and
Built with
music
help
more
from the
than you'll
giants.
hear
Great Tyr used it
the
to
sweet
travel
sounds
the
of
9
Agile
realms and
Strike
keep the
or the
peace
loud
between them.
doors and
Doesn't seem very
slams and
peaceful.
falls,
Everywhere we go,
which are
we're
great, but
attacked.
you know.
Especially by dead things.
The risen dead grow ever
Next
more
snap
numerous.
time was
Once the roads and trails would have been
1345-ish,
full of
1340-ish. To be
Now
fair, I don't
all
know.
have hid or fled,
I'm not using my own
save for the
timer,
reavers,
so
savage
I
enough
can't
to
remember at
survive
this
in
point. It
such a
was
world.
fairly average. Fairly average. Well under 14, which is good.
Make a right at the bottom of these stairs.
And so there's a neat little thing that I hate. That right there will
another
cause
one
me
of
to
those
turn
necklaces.
around as I move past
Wait
it. So
there
if I
while
move
I
too quickly,
reawaken the
it'll
light.
actually spin me around.
Leosta.
So what I do is
did it.
dodge,
What
and
do
then
we
two
do?
punches past it. If I
Mending
move
the
any
difficult.
faster than that,
Start by
the
lifting
game will
that
force
up
me
good.
to look
Now
at the
push it
crystal,
back
and
into
so I
place.
won't be facing the way I need to go. And it is an instant 180 turn.
Now
Like,
realign
there's
the
no
wheel onto the track.
negotiating with the game. It just does it. And there's a few things like that throughout the run,
Perfect.
even late
Now
game
push
things
the
that do
bridge
that.
along the
So
track.
What?
this run's been really good
The
so
whole
far,
entire
to be
bridge is
honest.
turning.
I
How is
don't
the
have
whole
any
entire bridge
real
turning?
problems with it so far.
Boy, you're really strong.
Just keep pushing
Of
until
course,
the
now I've
bridge
said something,
reaches its
and
first
the
position.
rest will be garbage.
Tired yet?
No.
He's always been really strong. So about the dead. We heard someone call them Hellwalkers. But what are they?
They are poor, restless souls, denied their judgment and their peace.
And
By
so,
what?
yeah, we've got
Did Danny or magic raise the dead?
It could.
a little
once,
chat about what's
but
going
this is
on
no spell.
while this
This plague of
clearly
dead is but a
loading thing
symptom of
happens.
a world out of balance. Something or someone has meddled with powerful forces. That is all I know for sure.
And so if you don't know how God of War works, generally parts
That's
like this
perfect.
where you're forced to
Come
do
back up.
long,
We're ready now.
unskippable things, tends to be so that they can load in more of the game.
These doors,
And they did that because it was designed for
Did the
PS4,
giants or the
obviously.
elves build
So
their stuff?
all the races helped with
you
its
will
construction.
find later on
It was the last great act
that
of
some things don't
cooperation
load
between the
quickly. If I
realms
find a
before
way
peace
to load
disappeared for
stuff
good.
faster, like during restart from checkpoint and stuff like that, you'll find that the shader or the actual resolution stays pretty low early on in some of those sections.
Your bowstring stopped glowing.
Its power is now depleted. Only a few knocks of magic remained in the bowstring, and we used
Gin and
them.
tonic and decaf tea, that is. Party in the glass, seas in the cup. I love it.
Your bow, please.
Does Freya know who exactly Kratos is from the start? She knows that he's a god. She doesn't quite
Once you
know
claim the light of
who he
Alfheim,
is,
infuse
I
the
think,
bowstring with its
until
power. Don't forget.
later when she, realizes, right? Like, yeah. Seems everyone knows who he is in Ragnarok.
You talk
And so there's a little bit here where I can use my
I'll
axe to
try.
move faster
What measures
and cut
were
off
taken
some
to
of
keep me trapped
Freya's
in
dialogue
Midgard?
here.
Why?
The gods don't care.
Is this it?
We cut that
So
off.
dark.
This temple has been asleep,
The gods don't
underwater
care
for
for her
almost
much.
150 winters. It needs only the light of the Bifrost to reawaken.
Yeah, really only Mimir and them know at first, and then I think she lets on at the end that she knows exactly what he's done when, after the final fight, but we won't
Those
get to
roots don't look
watch
like
that
they're
because I
magic.
have to skip those
They aren't.
cutscenes.
These roots are
But
part
yeah,
of the great
most
world
of the
tree
really
and make travel
iconic
between the
cutscenes in
realms
this get
possible.
skipped, so... There's nothing I can do here to speed this up. This is just a slow walking
does it
section,
work?
but we're
You
going
will
to
need
skip.
this, a Bifrost.
And then she'll explain how to use the fast travel, and this is our last real big
The bridge you
tutorial.
pushed outside is
But
currently
yeah.
positioned to lead to the realm of Vanaheim. Instead, turn the wheel to our actual destination.
And to be fair,
Alfheim.
Mimir,
Wait.
it takes a
this
while for
moving the
him
big
to
bridge outside?
realize
Yes,
he does
the
know
wheel
the
turns the
story,
bridge,
but
and
he
the bridge
doesn't realize
aligns
that
to the
it's
different
Kratos
realm
until
towers on the lake
Helheim
outside.
and what happens with
Wait,
Zeus.
There's no
So-
tower on this one.
And that's why realm travel to Jotunheim is impossible. Without a tower for the bridge to lock into, the sequence can't begin. Every realm has a travel rune that unlocks the bridge to that realm. I'm giving you the one for Alfheim. Now you can lock in your destination. We're ready. Remember to take the Bifrost.
I'm not
You don't want to
organizing
lose
any drinking games.
that. Now the realm travel bridge will align, and the realm between realms will open.
I'm dangling from the hip of the bloody ghost of Sparta.
See that giant crystal?
Do not call
Each
me
realm
that.
has a corresponding
But
one
we'll
that
get there.
focuses
We'll
and
get there.
amplifies the power of the Bifrost, opening the bridge to that realm. That's why realm travel is only possible from this room.
What about that one realm tower missing from the lake?
The Jotunheim Tower disappeared from all realms over 100 winters ago, when the giants vanished from Midgard. Where the tower went and how they moved it remain a mystery.
And so, because it's New Game Plus, you're going to see several of those Scapslag things happen.
It didn't work. We're still here.
Follow me.
The Bifrost is
Just
dark.
because that's just
This
an
trip was its
item that
last
you
use.
get in
There's
New
no
Game
going
Plus.
back until it's replenished with the light of Alfheim.
So we are trapped.
Someone of your ability should have little trouble getting back to...
So this is where I would split right before the Alfheim section of the run. This is a split that I call Enter Alfheim. That runs from 1 week found Jormungandr to this point.
I think you killed
This is actually the last split that you would see
Whoa, what's that about?
Not our concern,
in what's
boy.
considered the
Focus.
short version of this speed run. There is a category extension you can do called Alfheim percent. I'm currently second place in that,
It
as
is
well
war.
as world
The
record
end
holder
one.
for this,
one's
at least for the
lost.
difficulty I play on, right? But basically it goes through when you fight the Dark Elf King, and time ends when you grab him at the end of the fight. So there is, if you're ever interested in trying something a little shorter that isn't 4 hours, it's about an hour and 15 minutes if you're good at it, you know, averagely good at it. My first
your
run
mother
of
speak of
Alfheim,
this
I think,
realm?
was about an hour 40.
Not much.
So even then, it's
Just that since the elves were always
comparable
fighting
to some
over
other
the line.
speed runs if you're slow.
kept them
But,
isolated.
my current time for that is like a 1:10:50 or something like
Again,
that. But you can
I
check
said
SRC.
nothing.
Later, could have sworn you said something.
What is it, boy?
Voices! You don't hear that?
I hear nothing.
It's going away now. It was screaming. Lots of voices. Angry. You really didn't hear that?
We didn't hear nothing.
No.
It felt... evil.
Evil. Boy's in tune with his feelings, and apparently everyone else's.
Look! Should we try talking to them?
No.
But maybe they need help.
They do not stop us, so they do not concern us.
But
They
maybe...
do not concern us.
So it's a bit of a slow rowing here. Doesn't quite move as fast as on the open water through here for loading reasons, but once we get out here, he'll start moving at a good clip. Then we'll head over to the light
Look at that. That
for
must be the Ring Temple.
a fight with everyone's favorite enemy in this game. The Dark Elves, who can block your shots and who can dodge your shots and who are generally a
Sad the elves
nuisance
can't work things
in
out.
all
The blue
instances.
door. That's gotta be the entrance. Let's go.
Careful, boy.
1:10:54 and only 30 seconds. Yeah, then that was part of my current world record run. So what's nice is every time you do a full run of this game, you actually do an Alfheim percent run.
Prevent
So,
reinforcements. Focus up, boy.
and so he blocked,
Enemy down.
and they do stuff like that. It is a bit difficult to get them to behave, but, you know, I'll get there.
Okay, so that did something. Thing.
Una uta.
And so we're gonna get one more. The boy takes care of him, and we do this.
What is their problem with this?
We do not belong here.
Wait, combined together like that, they kind of look like a room. It doesn't make sense.
Come, back to the boat.
All right. And so there is a possibility for a small soft lock coming up. Sometimes when Atreus gets out of the boat here, he will just not move. It's killed a few runs in the past. It doesn't generally happen a lot, but it can happen sometimes.
I find such a beautiful place, but
And if it happens, if he doesn't move right here and keep running,
Stories are for the boat.
so he's good.
We must focus.
I just restart from save and it
pillars and
fixes
rings
it,
form an
but
elvish
it is a bit of time loss if that happens.
What does it ask?
without me or within me, death is sure. Yet within you, I am life most pure. Yep, it's water, all right.
How long does it take? New Game Plus weapons on Ultra Hard.
Boy!
Well, I mean, you gotta get through the game, and the way most of us, I think, got the weapons was doing story runs to get champions
They're asking for
tokens.
help.
We are here for the
Somebody
light.
correct me if
I
I'm
do
wrong.
not care who they are, nor what they want.
Also, I'm gonna stand up quick and open a window.
have
It's
something
quite
to
warm in
say?
my room.
No. Luger.
Got a lot of little waiting spots like
What's
this.
happening? Whoa! Look what we found!
There we go.
Father,
Yes.
the voices I heard, it was hard to make out, but way in the back I'm pretty sure I heard Mother.
That is not possible.
But I know what I heard.
Atreus, enough.
It looks different. Look at those horns.
Alright, so when he lifts his spear, I'm gonna use the crows. And that's gonna keep this guy right here where he is. And now you. And now you. And you. And you. We wait for him to land. You. And that's perfect. That's a great fight. Alright, good. Didn't miss any shots. Got my axe back. And now here's a spot where you can't
We
screw
will
up the
find
movement.
out.
So I do it a little bit slower here, because if you screw it up before you get in the tunnel, you have to go back and turn the wheel, which is just an
She is gone,
absolute
boy.
mess of
Speak no
time
more of
loss.
this.
So try not to do that. And we are about to go full dab mode. Gotcha. And so we just back up and just hold R2 here to do the widespread attack. Get that guy just at the end, and then this last one. And now we, yeah.
Hold on, boy! Fight!
And as Fancy would like you to believe, this is my training for the magic fingers, apparently, that I have for skipping dialogue and mashing buttons. And so we shoot that first Dark Elf here so that he stays in place for the glaive. He actually will start an attack, and the glaive will miss him because of his movement. So I always shoot him with an arrow and then use the glaive on them, and they
Sure,
die.
which is okay. I'd hate to think she died
yeah.
helping us.
She knew what she was doing.
Okay. Ugh, more of it.
If
So
we
here's
cut
another
enough
slow
away, the
walk
bridge
that I'm
above
going
us should
to
reappear.
override by using swings of the axe
Expect
and combination
resistance.
with the shield.
Right.
And here's also another spot, so I switched, didn't want to switch, where it'll try to make you look at that crystal down there, so that's why the camera turned the wrong way for a second. And so we do those guys, and then this. Ah. Well, that was a bad shot. Alright, and so if you've ever had trouble with these guys, fear not. This is story mode. Down he goes. And so on the very last Dark Elves, I always shoot all 4 arrows, because I put my axe away for Kratos, because that will make him put his axe away on his own here, and I can immediately start agile striking. So he just put it away because it was put away before I broke the tentacle. And so it's just little things that get you set up for the movement after short scenes that you can't skip.
Maybe this will spit us out on top.
Setting up New Game Plus for this is not a simple task. You do have to beat Sigrun twice. So, yeah.
The door. There's no seam.
So we're gonna make our way around.
Again. This way.
Hey, how did Sindri get ahead of us?
He and the blue one do seem to travel quickly.
They do.
Huh. We're inside.
Alright, and so there's a whole room here that
Of course.
I'm not trying to stick around for. And so we move quite quickly through here, avoiding most everything except the nightmare at the end. And even then, it goes well sometimes, and you don't have to stop for him. Oh, there was some loot. Whoops. Alright.
There, the light.
They've covered it up with that stuff. How would they do that? Look. Another light.
So I've got a bit of a forced camera angle until this point.
Oh no! Why are they killing him? He didn't do anything.
Do not assume. You are seeing the end of a war, boy. You do not know what led to this moment.
But he didn't even defend himself.
That was his choice. We make ours. Prepare yourself!
And it missed, which happens sometimes.
Can't yet!
Ah.
Where did he go now?
And I kind of screwed that up.
The light is near. Look for a way
I
inside.
keep hitting the aim and attack before my axe gets back to me, which is why he does that slam attack. But yeah.
That did it! Look! More light bridges!
Follow me.
Okay. I go here. Okay. So this is on a timer. We'll get a nightmare, a dark elf, and another nightmare over here. You never beat a single Valkyrie. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, if you don't want to do the RPG mechanics of this one, there is quite a bit of grinding to fill things up. Okay, messed that up. So there's a bit of a puzzle up here where I have to line up a few sets of these. A nice easy way to do it is actually to do the holding mechanic of the light throw, which is what you would use to lock on normally, but it really throws in a straight line and allows you time to kind of line them up. That was sloppy, but we're good.
I don't think we're supposed to be near.
Quiet.
That's kind of a running theme, Atreus. Everywhere we go, people don't want us
Did you hear
there.
that?
Stay alert and by my side.
Hey, when we make it to the light, how do you think we get it into the Bifrost?
The witch said to step into it
She did?
when she was ripped away from this realm.
Oh, how'd I miss that?
You were more concerned with her safety than our goal.
So we'll get ambushed in here a couple times, but they're just skippable cutscenes.
That was close.
Do not stray from me, boy.
You don't gotta tell me.
Filthy colonizers.
So sticky. Another one!
Stay back.
Alright. And so sometimes I can get these tentacles to go down just
When
by
it falls,
recalling
be
my
ready.
axe here.
We will need to move quickly.
Okay.
And it worked. Nice. Otherwise you gotta hit it 4 times for it to open up.
Jump, boy.
Take them out, slow time, and we punch our way to the end.
Keep shooting, boy. Shorten the time between your volleys. A narrow path.
I'm stuck. Nice. So the recall of the axe made that open up again. Even though I kept swinging because I was button mashing, it's fine. So we're gonna skip and go right into a circle button mash for the Light of Alfheim. And so basically we just broke down all of the dark elf matter that's around the light right now. And we're refilling the Bifrost by stepping into it, as the witch said. And now we've got a nice little
have to come back.
auto-scroller here.
You left me here alone.
And some
Atreus.
very insightful
Alone with
story content as to how Atreus feels about this whole situation. And I'll be quiet so you guys can listen. The music is very good.
He always leaves. He's never here. He doesn't want me and he never will. I don't know him and he doesn't know me. Doesn't seem to want to. I'm strong. I'm smart. I'm not what he thinks I am. I know better. He doesn't talk to me. Doesn't teach me. It should have been him. Do you hear me? Him, not you. Except... I don't mean that. You know I love him. I just wish he was better. I know he can be. So if he tries, I'll try. But if he doesn't, please come back. I know you're out there somewhere.
And so that's the scene that I skipped. Atreus talking to his mother on her deathbed there, or whatever, after she's died, right before the funeral pyre. And so Kratos hears that, obviously, now.
Boy, your bow.
And so the whole time we were in there, time was going on out here.
On my mark,
And
loose your arrow into
Atreus
the stone.
was murdering dark elves left and right
It
with
worked.
our axe
We
and
can now
his
make our
bow,
way back. Come.
and is quite upset with us because of it.
There's a light crystal ahead. Just laying there. Maybe it'll help us get out of this stupid place.
And so you'll start to hear him be rather passive-aggressive. Stupid place, dumb crystal, that kind of stuff. You know, things that kids do. To let you know just how they feel. And so what I'm going to do here is climb up so that Atreus comes close, so we can do this. Atreus can be too far away for you to actually hit some of the crystals with his arrows. And so you have to proc him to come over by doing things like
Finally.
crawling up on
the crystal if you
a
find me an
handhold
angle.
because he'll climb on your back, or doing
Let us
an
make
attack
our
so
way
that
back
he'll
up.
jump off your back after the attack, which you'll see me use against the Revenants coming up. Okay, so there's a neat little skip here. Where I go like this and get the... So if you can grab this crystal before those dark elves completely spawn in, you can pick it up. If they spawn in, you cannot.
just might.
And just walking up here, now that we got that dialogue, I know that fight is over. It's the only way to really skip it, otherwise you gotta fight.
And a sand bowl.
And you don't have to go up top to do this. We got it in one. Nice. So you can just kind of back up against the wall there and do a throw just at the bottom of the first one. And what I'm going to do here...
What does this mean?
Seed.
Remember the shape.
Yeah, I know.
So we're waiting on his, like,
You
animation
can reach
during
the
that
bowl
thing.
now.
Sometimes it will skip that, and I'll be able to shoot right away. But we'll see. Which is a little bit of dialogue skip that you can get. There's also a
Go
prompt that's
ahead.
going to come up that I might not be able to get here. But if I do grab it, we call this door skip because it saves time if it works. So I just mashed circle and it didn't work. So the prompt is there, I can see it, but it's not working. I can still move around and stuff. And I get this force view of the door until this moment. And then sometimes that will happen, and I think it has something to do with how the game is loaded in, where you can get the door skip. Or it might be like a positional thing, I'm not really sure. But sometimes it happens, and it's worth a lot of time
Do
save.
you see any
It's probably one of the major reasons I think that
Ben.
my Alfheim percent is second place, to be honest. But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's dead fish all over because of the lake lowering. So anyway, we've got another fight for
Great.
here.
Now I can get
There's light.
So I'm gonna throw this and then hit her and do this to kill her so that Atreus is close. We'll do that.
me if you would hold the light up.
And now, otherwise, I'd have to wait for him to run across,
Adapt.
and it takes a really long time sometimes. Okay, so we kill them, pick this up.
If need be.
So I'm going to use the crows, because I'm going to have a Draugr that pops up here. Then we just shoot him a few times to stun him, so he stays back there.
Boy, shoot.
I know how it works.
Now we just head to the boss fight. Don't have to kill that guy. And so if this goes well, we'll see a rather interesting fight. Nope. I'm just gonna restart because chasing him around really sucks. This way, sorry. Then we do a switch stance. So I grab him and that would be split time. So what he's supposed to do is stay in place. He's not supposed to do that dodge, and I'm not sure how he's getting away with it, to be honest. It keeps happening to me in runs. But basically, he should sit still. He should not be running away from me like that. But I wasn't going to do another restart, because I did get him quite a few times before he ran away.
Did we help the wrong side?
But it really is just a mashing
Let me
strat.
guess.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
sure
be
why
smug and say
sometimes
you
it
told
doesn't
me we
work
shouldn't
out.
get involved.
That is enough.
Either
Do
way,
you remember
pretty
the
good.
answer?
Yeah.
Pretty good. With the 111.53, is that what it was? Not bad.
Boy.
Yeah, it happens when you grab him with the R3. So
Only time you want to talk to me.
it's one of those things
Do you
where
want
if it
to
goes
tell me
really well,
something?
it's a bunch of time
I said,
save, like
the
it's really
only time you
quick.
care to
If it
talk to
doesn't
me
go
is when
well,
you need me to
well, you
translate.
saw.
If Mom was
If
here,
your mother was still alive, we would not be here at all. Atreus,
forget it.
fight.
No, it's not bad at all.
So,
We're still in great shape.
was she in the light?
Who?
You know.
And to be fair, in most of my practice runs, we're about a minute behind.
was not there.
In most of my practice runs, that's where
like
we
you
were
didn't care if she
at that very
was.
point. And it was either because of that fight or because of some things that can go horribly wrong that did not go horribly wrong throughout the rest of that split. So I'll take it. You get the idea of how fast the fight
the
could be
light,
if he didn't get away
I
from
felt
me.
only
I would have
moments
killed
pass.
him just in that spot,
that is of some
basically,
comfort
after
to you.
tossing the
That's
axe around me a few
good to know.
times.
Really?
So that's the basic
should we go back
idea,
to Midgard?
but
Face
it
the Black
didn't
Breath?
work out
Or do
that
you
way,
think there's
which
more
is
to see in
fine.
this realm?
There's more rather impressive boss fights. That one is impressive because it's fast when it works. The other ones are impressive for the amount of button combinations and quickness you need to have to make them work quickly on this difficulty. Mostly the dragon and the Magni and Modi fight are going to be
How observant.
a great time.
I am known for my attention to detail.
I have a confession.
I need you to put that away, yo. I'm not trying to fight these guys.
She told you.
I didn't do what she was feeling. She was afraid of.
It happens again. You tell me. Understand?
I promise.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot of really weird things. There are definitely some things I probably haven't. I mean, I lost a minute to the Ice Ancient at the Sindri and Thamur split. The story time split,
Crazy
as
to
I've
think that
taken
all
to
the realms
calling it
exist in the
recently.
same space, one on top of the other.
But there's some things
It's
that
like this
can
room lets us
happen
travel
that I
without
know of that I've not actually had happen. But there's also some pretty crazy glitches. There's one right at the end of the game that I got in a run that was on a really good pace. I still PB'd, but I lost like 25 seconds to a glitch in the Baldur fight, phase 3 at the end. And hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. It's cool to see if it does, because it's just not supposed to happen, but yeah. I hope something spectacular happens. As we like to say when we talk to Brock, afterwards is always back and to the left.
Of course. We need to walk across the bridge to the Vanaheim town. Look, we rode past that statue of Thor earlier when we left the witches.
There's several
And what direction is that?
cutscenes where you run into Brock and you gotta talk to him, and afterwards you're standing in front of him. And back and to the left is the way you gotta go. Almost always.
Oh look! The witch's magic is still covering those stormholds. Saves us some time.
It does save time. See guys, Atreus is concerned about the speed run. And that's what we want, right? It saves time. He said it, not me. All right. Go take out some sickly wolves. Okay. Oh, this one? There's also this.
Father, do you think I could carry her now?
No.
So there's like
I said no.
using the heavy attack is this. And then the light attack is the one where it goes around. And you can do 3 of these or 2 of the heavy throws. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and the heavy runic, the glaive, is the most used runic in the game.
So
It just takes out things, you know, targets them on its own. But even that is a little bit RNG, a little bit camera based. So yeah,
Black breath again. What do we do now?
We see if the witch was right.
I stopped a little early there, but anyway, so we went all the way to Elfheim to get the light to put in the Bifrost so that we could do this. And the black breath here coming out of the head on the mountain. Odin made this magic so that we couldn't get up here, so no one could get up here to see Mimir, who is at the top of the mountain. So we'll go walking through this. This is as fast as we go here, and then there'll be a little more after a short climb, but then we're headed up the mountain to get our other companion, who, let's face it, easily one of the best side characters ever created. I do love a know-it-all who is also personable and delightful and funny and useful in that warns you when things are coming from behind you. So, you know, good stuff. So we dispel the black breath, and we can't jump across to our right, but what we can do is jump across ahead of us.
Then we climb.
To weaponize halitosis. It's about right.
You know, Mother said the giants used to visit the Midgard Mountains before they disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yeah, I guess they just up and left one day. No one knows why.
Perhaps they returned to their home.
To Jotunheim? Maybe. I wonder if the face in the mountain was a tribute to some important giant. The mouth! We made it!
More black breath.
And again, over like short distances like that, you're gonna see me do little dodges into the prompts for the buttons. Again, you'll see that a lot when I'm agile striking, just because that gives me the prompt sooner. When you dodge, the prompt will show up, but when you're in the middle of an agile strike, it will not.
I don't remember stories of a giant with a deer.
And so we shot the one over there, killed the 2 Draugr. Now we pick this up.
It's like they're testing.
And I don't need to do that square prompt. I do need to shoot this,
That was right.
and go to the handle,
I can almost make it
pull it
out.
back.
The runes. The riddle answer for that sand bowl.
It means freedom. Let's try it.
What is the riddle?
No yoke
And has
is,
no body.
Nor fearful thrall. Nor rooted tree doth know my
The
call.
best companion without a body you
Sure
ever
what a
had.
Thrall is, but freedom fits the rest.
Except for maybe Pod 42, he shoots bullets. Except I'm crossing games again, so. We've been playing Nier Automata as my casual game recently, so.
There's a crystal in that torch hole.
And I do
Should
actually
light
like
it?
the pods
Yes,
in
we
that
have to go
game.
down it.
These passages seem too small for giants. Why do you laugh?
You're serious.
I am always serious.
I forget. Mom always said you never took an interest in history. Giants are just a
I
race,
am
like elves and
always
Hodja folk.
serious.
It doesn't mean they're big.
Or something.
What of the world serpent?
Okay, in that case, giant also means good. There's only one of them.
Okay. So we do the crows. I thought he would be closer and that I could charge it and blow them both up, but it didn't work that way, so I had to throw it twice.
This is a lot of bodies.
I really like the story, and the gameplay is super smooth. The aesthetics, I could leave it, or I could take it or leave it, but
Well, they look like
ultimately
men,
the
not
game is just a
giants.
bunch of fun to
Correct.
play. So,
Are you seeking treasure?
and it really teaches you to
Traps.
use all your fingers
Oh, yeah.
while you're playing.
Lucky for us, they
Like,
set them all off.
Be grateful
you know,
these
index
stay
fingers
there.
on R1, L1, middle fingers on R2, L2, using your thumbs for the other ones, using a little bit of claw grip for the buttons and the directional buttons. Like,
Statue. We made it
it's worth
across.
it. Worth it to learn how to use your hands. So we're just gonna kill this guy with Atreus. Then I'm gonna go quickly this way. And then we'll blow this guy up. And we go up.
Now,
The peak is still our goal. We find a way up.
Now we have our first hint at the terror above. The dragon that lives in these
it's a name, I think.
mountains.
Raslier. It means terror.
Raslier. And so there's a slow walk section, so I'm going to swing the axe and use the shield to break it up. And you may notice a bright orange flash that comes out of my red talisman in the bottom left corner. And whenever you see that, I'm able to move freely. So I'm able to attack, I'm able to move with the agile strike, to roll, to run. But that will flash basically every time I'm able to do that after a slow walk section. It's a nice little indicator that you're able to move again. So you see the boy teleport there behind us. So we can skip the cutscene,
Stop.
and then he messes it up.
But maybe we can find our way up through there.
And so we use the crows again. And now I'm going to not even bother with any of these guys. Sometimes Kratos will decide to attack them on his own. Because of the settings in the game, he will
More traps.
just aim at the nearest enemy. So we get in.
Take it.
We do this. And I apparently don't have my axe.
And we're stuck. Hearts don't touch the...
I see that.
There's a guy up here. And we push it again.
Looks kind of heavy.
I can move it.
Dude, I'm glad you kept it
That's it.
secret. I actually really liked the surprise. Like, I didn't realize how the layout was gonna look. It looks amazing. I really like the font, the Horizon font and everything that you guys used for all that, and just the aesthetics look great.
Broken. Leave it.
Look at
Nicely
the reef.
done.
There's something special about them.
Very, very professional. Alright, we got a little... No superhero landing, so we get the prompt right away. And so you can skip and grab this prompt by falling straight to the ground instead of on top of the thing. And hopefully we're in a good spot. We are.
I think it's
Alright.
up ahead.
So now we will have our first troll fight that isn't basically do half of a fight and be done with it. This guy, you can one hit, or it will take a little bit to kill him. But this fight can go really fast or really slow depending on RNG, so...
You did it. I bet we can make the rope wheel work now. Might give us the way to the top.
4 punches, dodge, chain, so we're gonna climb down. I'm gonna walk a little bit straight forward here, pull out the chains, and do this. Down he goes. And now I want to do this.
Well, that's not going anywhere.
Back to the wheel.
Okay, so that was a good fight. That was pretty fun. So you can one hit that troll and knock him right back down. If you do the timing wrong, he will pop all the way up onto the ground, and then immediately he'll fall to his knees into the R3 grab thing that you can do with him, which basically always loses time. So you just let him get back up and kill him, but that didn't happen. We actually got him to go back down with the one hit.
It fits. That's perfect.
And so this was a section going over here where I moved just a little bit slower because if I pull the axe out of that wheel before I get to pushing this thing,
We will see soon enough.
the claw goes all the way back up and I have to roll it all the way back down and move back over. So that's like another minute time loss. So things where you have to be very careful with the movement because you can pull your axe back. We have mulled over several times.
And be vigilant.
Making a new game plus file save % where the whirlwind return where he calls back the axe and does a swing where we don't learn those, but ultimately you need it for the heavy one, and the heavy one is used to call Atreus to you sometimes. So it is a little bit weird, but it is a great thing, you know, if you know how to use it.
Stay back.
But it can also get in your way, that recall attack or whatever.
Carve these tunnels around the giant's traps. Good thing too.
And it can cause some rather ridiculous time losses on some sections of the run if you're not careful.
Another mining may not be as long a way up as we thought.
So we back up, go over here.
Or not. Are we still too heavy? All right, we're moving again.
Oh, it's done by
Hey,
Blue Swell.
when we get to the
GG,
summit,
Blue Swell.
How far do you think we'll be able to see? The lake?
I'm reading that right,
The
I
world
hope.
serpent? Our house?
We will see when we get there. Until
Nicely
then,
done.
eyes open.
Okay.
Whoa!
And so this
Atreus.
is basically an auto scroller.
I'm fine.
All the
It's not
fights
my
are
house
on
for a minute.
timers, except for obviously if you
so
wait past
strong,
the
sure,
end
we're
of the
ready.
timer,
It serves
you
me
lose a little
well,
time.
and
So you
how
can
I keep
basically
us
kill
alive.
everything here
I guess.
as it shows
Not a
up.
terribly
Certain
fun
things
way to
don't
live.
matter. You just always want to make sure everything's dead when the last thing is spawning. Otherwise, you lose a little time. And so you see how OP the Zeus armor is. 2 swings on the heavy guys, and down they go. So, yeah. Okay.
Right behind you!
I'm gonna get this guy, and then someone's gonna come up here. Kill you, kill you. I want to get this out of my way. Kill you, and then you. And now I can
that
do the
for
push.
fun?
I get it. I should worry more.
How was that for
this where we get
fun?
off?
He says.
No, we are stuck.
So you've got one more little section
How
like
much farther
that,
do we have to go?
and
do I
then
know?
there's a short
Think we'll get attacked
intermission.
again?
Definitely.
It's one of the few places
Oh,
where
boy.
you can take a bathroom
Yes.
break if you really
Now
need
be
to
ready.
in the run, because there's about 45-50 seconds of
Here we go!
just hanging out. Oh, I thought he was gonna fall off. Apparently not. That's fine. So that's the start of this fight, and then we're gonna bang into here. And our good friend the ogre is gonna pay us a visit, but he isn't gonna stay very
Focus up.
long. He doesn't usually outstay his welcome. And then one up top, Atreus takes out. Now I grab these just so I don't grab them later. Now I'm just gonna stand here next to the prompt and blow things up. And so the little shine that happens on a Kratos' gauntlets there lets me know that my axe is charged up and it has an ice explosion when it hits, you know, on impact. So that's why both of those guys died, even though I'm just throwing the axe into the ground. But basically that's what you want to be, is right next to the prompt, killing them as they come down, and ready to do this. And so right here I would put down my controller and go to the bathroom. I don't have to do that right now, but yeah.
I think we're safe now.
It would seem.
Father,
I probably am
after
going to
we
do
scatter
that
Mother's
later on,
ashes,
which is
what then? What comes next?
we got like
Nothing comes next.
40 minutes
go
or so
home.
into the run,
That's
50
it?
minutes.
The adventure is over?
Coming up, there's
For
another
now.
really
We will
long
have
lore
much to
section
do.
as we go into
You were
Tears
right
Vault, so
earlier
I'll
on the
probably
boat
take a
after
short
cutting
break
down
there.
the last tree. You said it felt
Just
like
run to the
something had
restroom, come
changed,
back.
and it has. And our home is no longer safe. But it will be again. And we must continue your training.
Okay.
So now we get a little cutscene. Unskippable. You almost get this little father-son
almost at the
moment,
summit.
and then
Nothing's gonna stop us. Ah!
Calm yourself, boy, and stay behind me.
like just as he's reaching out to be like, look at my affection, dragon. Now we're stuck after being unstuck. Yeah, that's just speedrun stuff. And so we start pressing circle here really early. If you wait until the prompt shows up,
Be ready.
it's not instantaneous like that. It's a weird thing that happens in several parts of the game where you can get this instantaneous smash thing, but if you wait until it shows up, it doesn't work. So I start mashing early, and I don't know if it stores some of that button press early, or, you know, if the prompt just is active but not showing up or something. But either way, there's that, and there's one in the Baldur fight at the end of the game, and there's another one later as well. Kind of escapes me right now, but I know there's several more. But there's some neat mechanics like that where it may look like I'm supposed to be button mashing forever, but it doesn't work that way.
Crystallized sap. There is power inside.
I can't believe we fought a dragon. I was aiming for his eyes, but I kept losing my footing.
And
you
so
think
if the
this is their
dragon
home?
fight caused you any
Did they move
grief
in after the giants
when you
left?
played it, I do hope
Or
you
are
take
they
some
wise?
catharsis in what I'm about to do to
The
this
air grows
fool,
thin here. No more
because
questions.
it's a lot of fun.
Breathe.
Oh, yes.
This whole section is really one of my favorite parts of the game. Just in general, the little bit of bonding that goes on after they have a little understanding in Alfheim. You know, Atreus understands now that Kratos is grieving, and that obviously, like, he now knows how Atreus feels after going into the light, and they're having these little moments and stuff here as you move along, but then there's these big fights kind of put in there. There's a lot of movement and puzzles and things to work on, so, like, it's just a really interesting split all together. And then it culminates in this really just cinematic, excellent fight with a lot of really quick strategies involved. You have to be fast, and as a speedrunner, that's what we shoot for, right? So, basically here, you're just trying to make it so he doesn't crunch you. If you don't hit it, I have no idea what happens because I've never done that. Seems silly. But you basically, if you do a little damage here, it doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme. Most things here are scripted by throwing the Yggdrasil sap. And so you gotta hit him when he's all electrified, and it takes 2 throws each time. And now we dodge, and we use our Hell's Touch. And the dodge when his head lands is to cancel the shockwave. And I try to attack his hands because that will make him do a quick attack on me sometimes instead of what he's doing right now, which I have to throw the axe to hit him. Otherwise, he'll put his hand slam down right next to me, and so that'll make it a lot easier. Okay, so we got round 2, perfect. Okay. So, yep, he's gonna do the drop. Okay. Okay, got him? Nope, apparently not. I don't know why that didn't work. So we missed one. And I was too close for my health touch to work, so that's annoying. That was a bad phase 3. I don't know why the one blow up didn't take him down, but it's all good. So we have one more round of this, and then we'll do the big finish.
I have a plan.
Well, basically it's hit him once real hard in the hand, grab 2 things to throw at him, and be done.
Ready.
And that should do it. Hit square, and that's the end of that. So here's another spot where if you don't start hitting circle early, you'll get kind of a long prompt for button mash. But I do it start early, and I get an instant button mash confirmation there. So, and as soon as his head drops here, you'll see what I mean, is when I would split. So yeah. So we skip a cutscene.
Wow, we actually did it.
I get Dragon's Tooth. 138.46 was the drop, so that puts us a minute and 8 seconds behind world record, in case anyone's wondering.
So unclean.
This is really good at this point, to be honest.
Perfect. That's it.
Why did we turn so far? Anyway,
Yeah.
now we get our electric shock arrows, so now we can blow this stuff up on our own. We infuse the bowstring with the electric shock from the dragon. And we have green mistletoe arrows now, which will be a very big story thing that we'll skip later, but will come into play at the final fight.
Trolls.
But for now, we have mistletoe arrows, and later on we will not.
We win because we are determined, disciplined, not because we feel ourselves superior.
Sure.
Yes,
I know.
figure out how the
It's
wheel
just-
works.
it feels
Boy,
good to be
I really
strong,
need... You have
you know?
clearly a blacksmith with you. You should be able to figure it out. I am trying to kill the big monster, right?
Shatter it?
Okay, so we'll just raise this a
I'm gonna like
little bit.
this. Strange though.
Shoot
Mom
it,
didn't
let
completely
it blow up, let it drop. And there'll be 3 nightmares, each an arrow apiece. Now we'll just use the explosion, go up. Now there's 3 more in here. And we'll use this runic attack. I don't know why you didn't die. Okay. And so you gotta kill all these guys up here in order to climb. The glaive missed the nightmare, but I think it's because he was in his possession mode.
Not long now, Mom.
The nightmares can possess other enemies and make them stronger, basically refilling their health until you knock them out. So they get stronger and they have infinite health until you stun them and knock the nightmare out of them. That's what I was trying to avoid by spamming arrows as I went up the bridge that fell.
quiver.
And then I used the
Strap broke when
glaive
we
to
fought
take
the
everything out. The
It's all right.
nightmare lived, but I
I
was
can
able
hold
to
it.
get it with the agile strike, so that went pretty quick. And that's one of those fights where one of those guys up there, if the glaive doesn't catch them, they can get away from you in a hurry. And you can lose 10 or 15 seconds trying to chase them down and such. Need the blaze. We kill this guy, and then we do this. Dodge. Think we got everyone? Nope. You. Alright, there we go.
That takes care of that.
And if you want to one-shot the bramble, you have to do a running heavy attack. Otherwise, it's 2 swings of the heavy attack if you're standing still. And here we are.
That sounds like the same man who came to our house. You said you killed him.
Shh. I see you brought company this time. Must be important if the sons of Thor deign to grace me with their presence. Tell me, you two still tripping over yourselves to impress Daddy?
The tattooed man. Tracks show he now travels with a child. Where would they go next?
So there's a
Why
little
would I know
movement trick
that?
here that will keep us from being forced to look at people like this. So I'm forced
Smarter than
into
all the
that
dead
scene.
ones too.
What I'm going to do is stop right
You
here.
help me, I help
Instead of going around the
Tell me
corner.
where
If I
they
move around the
are.
corner, there's a forced view of Magni,
Your father
Modi,
won't let me
and
go,
Balder
Balder, and he
talking
won't
to
let you kill me.
Mimir.
You have nothing to offer me. So
And
take
once
your
nothing to offer me
questions,
is off
take
the
your
screen,
threats,
you can
take
start
these two
moving and you won't get
worthless
stopped
wankers
by that
and
forced
piss
perspective. And it saves like 8 or 9 seconds. So,
When no one's looking, we'll be back for your other eye.
also he said the thing, which is worthless wankers. That's my split for Magni and Modi.
Let's go.
All right.
Ah, the very top.
The very topic of conversation.
We're going to Yona. We're going to find the long-lost realm of the giants. That's...
Inconvenient.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say.
Do you remember the way to the
Okay,
witch's
so we
house?
Yes.
have another
The woods
forced
with the
perspective
vibrant
down
leaves.
to the
South
wildwoods
of the
down
way.
there, so you have to keep
I know
turning
just
the
where to go.
camera here to the right in order to get the prompt. But there's a forced slow walk there. We're going to do a couple restart from saves now, which should make the dialogue, or make us skip dialogue that we would otherwise have to wait for.
I can't...
So we do 2 restart from saves here. And then there'll be a door that pops up pretty quickly. Here it is. And you'll notice here, because I made it go, the floor not really spawned in. It just kind of slowly materializes as all of the shaders and
Rock!
textures load in. So you'll see a little bit of that.
Times
Move back into the left. Now we're gonna go and revive Mimir by going back to the
Boy,
witch.
what is the path back to the witch?
First we need to find...
He said
Do
the
you remember the
thing.
way back to the witch from here?
That way. Behind the big statue of Thor.
So we row our boat gently through the cave.
It's sad the elves can't work things out.
And this will be the third
find
time
such a
you've heard the
beautiful
start
place,
of this
but
dialogue, and we
war
will
makes it
actually
ugly.
finish it this time.
You see with the eyes of a child. In war, a soldier sees beauty only in the blood of his enemy. The rest of him is lost, sometimes never to return.
This dialogue starts twice
You
in the boat in
know about
Alfheim, and you
war,
never finish it, so
don't
it
you?
starts over.
Wars are fought for 2 things, survival or advantage. Battles may be won by the better soldier. Wars are won by those who are willing
We have
to
a row
sacrifice
your boat
everything
command,
to ensure victory.
gently down the stream command as well. Yeah, Nightbot command in chat,
Should we dock here?
in my chat. So now,
Huh?
The water
do that.
dropped.
2
the
quick
serpent
punches and a dodge gets you to the handle.
I know she's really powerful, but you really think the witch can bring a head back to life?
She seems competent in her craft, and we have nothing to lose.
If she can't bring it back to life, can we keep the head?
No. But you may feed it to the fish.
Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna shoot a crystal, kill a few people, and climb. Okay, that wasn't perfect, because I missed the first guy right away, but that's alright.
Turn back Aesir. Guess the gods aren't welcome here.
Not even a little.
There he is. I hope he remembers us. How's it going, Charlie?
It's Charlie.
Friend here?
What is that name?
That's what he told me it was. Well, it sounded like a headache.
Okay, that wasn't bad. And so at the door here is where I would split for the Mimir split.
Father, she is
And we
here.
call it Deadhead, because I am a bit of a hippie, if you haven't noticed.
Why did you do that?
We cannot trust her.
And so
Because she's a
we would
god?
be slow walking
taught you
over
nothing,
to
boy?
the
But she's
thing
helped
here,
us a lot.
to the elevator. So I'm
lied.
doing
Some
the
people
swing
value
tech
their privacy.
here
Best not
until
to
you
judge,
see
brother.
the orange glow in
When
the
I
bottom
require
left,
your
and then I can
counsel,
dodge and do
I
this.
will ask.
And ultimately,
enough.
whatever our
Get me
goal
to
here
Tyr's
is,
temple
if
in the Lake
we
of the
moved
Nine,
quickly,
and I'll
we'll
get
cut
you to
off the
Jotunheim
end
as
of what
promised.
Mimir says
We know the
here
temple.
about
What's that?
Jormungandr being
Only
a
the last
sparkling
living giant in
conversationalist.
Midgard. Who better to tell us the way?
The world serpent? Wait, do you know how to talk to him?
Indeed. He speaks an obscure
Oh, God,
tongue
they
more
took my
ancient even than
kidneys.
these mountains. None are left in Midgard who speak it.
Go to Candy
Except,
Mountain,
of course,
Charlie.
for me.
You do?
It's true. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Jormungandr is a sparkling conversation.
Hey, we cut him off. That means we did it good. Nice. We did it well. We did it well. I can English. Another quick restart from save, and then he's gonna tell us we know how to get around, and we do. We walk by the
you gentlemen
mushrooms,
certainly know how to get around.
and we do that.
Ed, how do we speak to the serpent?
There's a horn on a platform at the middle point of the bridge. Take me to it.
Finally.
148.13 at the door. Would be a minute and 18 seconds, so not bad. Minute and 18 seconds behind my 146.55 world record split for that spot. So there's a neat little early trick you can get here. Doesn't save a lot of time. Oh, you saw the brows, yo. You saw them brows.
Wait, look. The water's dropped
So
even
I have a
further.
forced perspective
more
here
of
of
the
the
round
water
towers and
draining.
statues.
You can see that.
I haven't seen any places to
But
explore
there
along
is
the
a
shore.
prompt here
Where
that's
is this
locked.
chisel?
And so
Find
what
me a
I do
boat,
is get in
and
a
we'll go
good
from
spot,
there.
spin around. And sometimes you can get the circle prompt before the scap's leg comes up, and he'll start turning it as the prompt comes up. It's only a couple seconds, but you know, when you're trying to world record grind, it's worth having. I don't know what the rhyme or reason is to how it works, but it does, and it doesn't always work. Actually, I would say more often than not, it does not work. So, yeah. Anyway, we are off now
way to the chisel?
to find a chisel
Rolling towards the statues of the
that we
oarsmen,
can
then
open
thread
up
past
sealed
between them.
doors with. At this point in the game, after you finish this section, you'll be able to fight Valkyries, open, you know, certain sections that are locked up, like the one near your house in the Wildwoods, certain things like that. So yeah, getting the chisel is a huge, you know, opening point in the story of the actual game if you're playing
The beach
casually.
over here.
And for us, it's really just a story element. Yeah. So we're gonna open up the gate, and there's gonna be some really dope music and lots of enemies, and we're gonna pay them no fucking mind at all. Bye. And I put the boat in a good spot. Sometimes the boat will be at an angle where you gotta punch a couple extra times to get to it. That was not the case there, so
What is it?
Anyway, welcome to
glad you asked,
Storytime with
actually.
Mimir,
I have
and
just the story.
I'll let you guys enjoy. We get
There was
some
a
cool
giant
battle music in the
once
background you
named
wouldn't normally get either.
A very giant, who, despite his mountainous size, was without question the greatest stonemason this world had ever seen. Proud Thamur hoped to one day pass his vast knowledge on to his son. But young Hrimthur had the heart of a warrior. Perhaps the father had too much fear in him, or the son too little. Either way, a quarrel of theirs spiraled out of control, and the overworked stonemason, bonk, struck his son.
Bonk.
Hrimthur ran off into the night. Feeling shame and regret, Thamur chased after his son. But in his emotional state, soon found himself wandering Midgard, lost and alone. Sadly, he caught the eye of the one person he didn't want to meet alone that night.
Yeah, the music changes
So
back
far
here
from home.
to the real background.
And what happened next?
And so this whole section is a forced, you know, slow row story time because they're loading in this whole area.
Aye.
Yeah.
Thamur fell. He crushed a charming place famed for worshipping the Vanir god Njord. Thor always took credit for planning that one. The truth is, the sweaty ball bag just got lucky.
Ball bag, huh? That word's funny. So we shoot, 3 punches and a
dangerous
throw.
beast. We will take him down together.
Grab.
We seek a chisel.
The tip of one, yes. A very, very giant chisel.
Why is he missing? I don't understand. That happened to me in practice the other day, and I don't know why it's happening. Anyway, normally he shoots right at the crystal, but maybe it's something I'm doing different that I just haven't realized. Could be camera angle or something, but yeah. Alright. And so now there's a forced view of the giant and the
Find the
chisel in
tip
his
of that
head.
chisel. That's the magic we need.
And the hammer, more importantly, but I'm gonna have a wolver on the right. A wolver's gonna jump in from the left, and there's an ice ancient right in front of me that we do not want to disturb.
Up ahead.
Focus up.
Okay,
I'm ready.
that's not gonna do it.
Almost there.
Okay. Good. As long as we don't accidentally hit the Ice Ancient, he won't show up for the fight. But if he does, he comes in the fight also spawned in with a bunch of nightmares that take their sweet-ass time when they want to attack you. And so you spend about a minute fighting all of them. So, yeah. Hey, Wolfie, thanks so much for all your work today, modding.
How we
We
getting down
appreciate you, dude. I hope you sleep well. Thanks for staying up late with us. You always watch so many of these runs, so I appreciate it.
I have a plan.
You do?
Do not act so surprised.
And I'm
No
sure
offense,
everyone else
brother.
does as
I
well.
don't even think Thor with Mjolnir in hand could get through that much ice.
Then Thor is a fool.
This should be entertaining.
And thank you for the good
Boy.
luck. So we got a little fight here. I'm gonna kill you, and there's a guy over here with a shield, so I gotta do that. Alright, so gonna wait, and that guy is gonna spawn here again with a shield, so I want him to be out of the way. Getting him early like that is key. Now we got 2 of these guys. Okay. Got all them. Nice. Beautiful. So you need to kill certain waves to get them to spawn faster coming this way. Basically what we're waiting on here is just kill the last of them, and Sindri is up there. He's gonna kick down a chain for us. There he is.
You again.
Getting the hang of this.
Come on up.
And so this is usually 1:55:23. So we're gonna be about, yeah, a minute and some behind again. We climb up. I usually
Wow,
split
that was,
when they
something, that-
climb up at the end of the chain there. Now there's a really goofy, never wants to work puzzle where I gotta do this.
So, this plan of yours.
Can you guess it?
Nope, didn't
For
work.
you, it doesn't involve standing around here.
Correct.
But how do we move forward?
Got it. All right. That can take several tries sometimes, and you can hit the crystal dead on, and it won't work. Like several times I've done that,
Yes.
where it just doesn't seem like it wants to work.
No.
Bane of my existence, really, that
keep
puzzle. Glad we got it second try. But as if we like to point out in my stream, first try is better than second try. Okay, so the killing a traveler right there leaves lots of loot in front of you, so that happens a lot where I'm spamming and he'll loot and then he'll grab and ungrab, and I pulled this way too far.
What I didn't know was
Will you
Thor
please
had
let
already
go?
gone on
Thank
a
you.
killing spree of
Yeah,
What do the giants have to do with the wolf?
you can stop about halfway from where I actually ended there, so I was holding back for probably half a second too long.
But Odin's paranoia is surpassed only by Thor's lust for blood.
Okay. Normally he'd be saying lust for blood as I jumped up right there, so I definitely lost a little time, but that's not too much. Deep thoughts.
Oh, you got most of it.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't pay attention. Either way, we're doing really well. I'm not
Now we
concerned
must
about
free the
this
other
run at
strap.
all.
We do?
Being less than what I want.
Why are we going up when what we need is all the way
I'd
down
like
there?
to get, like I said at the beginning, 355 would be really good. Breaking the 358 barrier
Correct.
was really tough.
There weren't any
But
shattered
once you
crystals
do and you
nearby
figure
for
out
me
the
to
things that are huge
So that's
time
not an
saves,
option.
it's
Correct.
pretty
That
good,
just leaves
pretty
smashing
easy
the
to
ice.
do.
We need something ridiculously
Knowing the
heavy to-
route with the agile strikes, really knowing what direction you need to go in all the time is like key to making a fast run.
Not possible.
You
We
can
cut
spend
it
your
free,
time killing
write it
things,
down,
and that's
and
perfectly
figure out
fine.
what
But
comes
the
next
second
after.
you do,
your
you
plan
need to be
involves a whole
moving in the
bunch of
direction that you're bound to
You
go
are welcome
next.
to suggest a
And
different one.
the ones who go really fast know how to be in the right place at the right time, making the right movement as soon as they've done
Hold
whatever
tight.
movement came before that. Saving time, getting golds in this run really relies on preparation throughout. So like the fights don't look super hard, and they're not, I'll admit that. But they're also like very planned, very optimized, and like there is a little RNG thrown in. There's a little bit of the difficulty as far as the play goes, because you do have to pause and wait to put away things, or you can like, you know, mess up your movement. You know, right here, I don't want to bump into Atreus because that will stop him from getting to this point quicker.
But how do we get to
It
it?
stops him for a few seconds
We
if I
cannot.
hit him, so it makes sense for me to move this way around instead of straight in, because I can waste 3 or 4 seconds by bumping into him, and that's at any
What
point
does it
where
say?
he has to do
When time
some
itself
speech
is
or some
the
interaction
the
like
forward
this.
path is retrograde.
So those are the things that you're thinking about as you move along, and those things
Those
add up in a
symbols.
4-hour run because you can
Seasons.
do them so
Yeah,
many
but what
times.
is all jumping?
And they always are 4, 5, 6
Spring, summer,
seconds
autumn?
that you
Why start with
waste
winter?
doing that. So
From a song Mother used to sing.
Oh, I know that one. Winter that
Quiet, head.
doesn't like music either.
yeah, I had a lot of fun. We
Try that.
spent the last month switching back and forth between Forbidden West and this, and we've had some really good runs. I had one run within a minute of world record, so it was still like a 3rd place run, but
Atreus,
just barely missed
that
2nd
word.
place. So like,
It
I'm
means
pretty happy with how this works.
Try it.
I do like this gameplay, you know. Some people don't really care for it as much, which is perfectly fine. But I really do enjoy it.
Well
Like,
done, lad.
Write it again.
when you know how to do it, it's pretty smooth.
Horizon! The energy's lifting
So-
the platform.
It's a very
writing.
scripted fight, and you want to kill things basically as soon as they show up in order to proc the next wave.
Head. How is this
I'm going to
possible?
do this a lot,
My guess? Temporal magic. Dangerous stuff the high Vanir
and
gods
just
used to play around
knock
with.
people off the
ability to
side,
freeze
which is the
time.
easiest way to
Happened
get them
be a
out of your
favourite of
hair.
Lord himself, in fact.
So yeah, it's really about staying in the middle.
Why did they stop?
knocking them
Well,
off
turns
or
out
using
stopping
your
time
axe
keeps the sun and
when,
moon
you know,
from
they don't
streaking
land
across
where
the
you want them
sky.
to, or if they're really close, you
Unfortunately,
just
it
like
does
take a
not
quick
stop
shot.
the wolves that chase them,
So-
always looking to sink their teeth in. After that, they decided it was best to leave time alone.
So like
I
that.
can't get to the ball. Right on time.
And there's some pretty long range on the shield bash. And so this is where I would do that.
More of them.
Where? Oh, he ran behind me. That it? No. That's it.
Clear.
Back
Stay
to
out of the
riding
boy's
before
way,
the floor collapses.
so you can stop him from running. And like here, I'll pick things up just to get them off the floor, because there is some stuff I need to do at the end, where if there's loot in the way, it will slow me down.
Look, back. We're blasting it.
That was really fast, actually. Holy crap, that was good. Nice. I didn't miss a single one, so I like that. So here we're gonna have a mix of Nightmares, Draugr, and one Revenant. So this one's a little bit more involved.
Not yet.
Nice shot!
Almost ready.
Get him. Got him. Okay. Okay. There's like 5 Draugr or 6 Draugr, and then the Revenant. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, she moved. Okay, now I do this, because it'll take everyone out. Where? There's another one, I know there is. There it is. Alright, that wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. So, pretty average, I think. The Revenant dodged because I had used Hell's Touch at first. I didn't really mean to do that, but there were a lot of things kind of piling up. So these guys are about to break everything. So I wait 2 seconds, and I throw that, and they die. And that keeps them out of my way when I'm aiming for this, because my cursor will stop on them if they're there, because I use aim assist in this, which makes, when you press L2, it'll make your cursor come up right on the bad guy. But it also makes your cursor slow down when you're trying to sweep over things. So I always kill them by waiting 2 seconds. I count 1,
Just having a little
2,
fun, you
just
big
like that.
trump.
When they throw their projectiles, and then I toss mine when it's fully charged,
there
and
it
they're
is.
out of my way.
How are we
So
going to get it free?
A push.
nice little thing you don't have to do
Trust me.
if you just
Ready.
like don't
Dig in
hold
and
L2
push
when you
with
sweep
everything.
over them, but
Yes,
I just
sir.
like to keep it held and move over and shoot. So a little bit different. All right, so we push off the hammer to smash through and ride it down. Cool cutscene that we have to skip. So I got a forced view of everything falling and a view of the chisel at the end. The orange glow at the end
The
there.
chisel tip.
Give the man credit.
So do a
He has
little
talent for
climbing,
destroying things.
little
Remember that head.
Never leaves my mind.
listening to Magni and Modi. And so I have a forced view of this thing falling right now, but I am holding down and looking down to do that at the earliest possible time. Modi is showing
Those are the
himself
guys we
to
saw
be the
with Bob?
coward that he
His
is.
nephews?
Aye. Magni and Modi, sons of Thor.
Mother always said the Aesir were the worst of gods.
And so we make our way in here to the chandelier.
Terrible father too.
And this is what we call the chandelier fight. I don't know why I'm on
Will
blue.
be okay?
I'll never even see it. Ah, the grip. You just can't help but break things, can you?
Nope. If you do that fast enough, because I was on the wrong arrows, I did not, but he'll say there once was a chandelier or something that was really cool or whatever, really brightened up the place, and I've already like destroyed it.
The was just on the other side of that wall of ice.
All right. So now we get
I think we can get through there.
oh, damn it.
Let's get back out. But there's no way to reach it. We need more time.
Yeah, and so you're not supposed to knock him down like that. I did my big chop just a hair early. I needed to hit him one more light attack, but ultimately I should be able to kill all those guys fast, take out the big dude, and then get out of there. But it just went a little awry there. Alright, so we pull out our chains, and now we fight Magni and Modi. We'll skip here as they hop down. So I'm going to slow time really quick and hop off to the side real fast, back up a little bit, and do a heavy runic attack to take them both. And I miss Magni a little bit, so I got to fight, but now we just do that. Still pretty quick. First phase done. And so now everyone's favorite shield section. So we'll wait for, you know, the prompt from which direction that they're running in at.
Come here, half-breed. You don't know Daddy's hand.
Shut up!
And if you don't see an arrow, that means they're coming from directly in front of you. First two are real quick, then they'll talk some. And we'll stare at the boy being very angry. And so now I'm going to do a restart from save because my talisman isn't quite full. And so when you restart checkpoint, your talisman fills up, your runics fill up, and so I can slow time real fast, switch to my chains, and do this. And so now they're gonna do this throw attack, and I need to shoot him out of the air, and I missed. It's fine, it was still pretty quick. If I had hit him out of the air, they both would have went down right away. I just missed, and it's a weird throw that I'm never in the same place for twice. So sometimes I hit it, sometimes I don't. So in here, the first one's a fake out. On the next one, it's also a fake out, and then the real thing. So this is not real. This one is real. And then the next one, the first one is real. So they try to mess with you a little bit. So this one you gotta block. And then there'll be a fake out and another one. But because of the fake outs, you'll see my talisman just filled up. And so I'll be able to slow time immediately and do the same strat. Take my chains out, use the heavy runic. Now I want to hit Magni once, shield bash Modi, and yeah. That's the end of the fight, just like that.
Wow, mother must have been some whore to lay with the
And so we basically just sit here, and I usually split as I kill Magni. It's 1R1 press. Kratos goes full on God of War mode. And I split at the head, or the axe in the head, and we skip and get ourselves a chisel. So that's the Magni Modi fight. Very much a scripted fight here. It's a very difficult fight on the Give Me God of War run. Can lose a lot of time. So, but it is something where, you know, we abuse the restart from checkpoint to refill our talisman. Even though if you were to check my stats, my cooldown stat is entirely full. It still doesn't quite do it in time, so ate my circle input there, so I apparently punched. That's cool. So we've got a couple puzzles here to figure out, some climbing to do on our way out. But basically, we're on our way to fight the Bridge Keeper now.
Minor Aesir, perhaps, but I.
And his father's Thor.
Not minor. Not minor at all, him. This will not go over well in Asgard.
Camera angles are very important when you're climbing. You have to be looking at the spot that you're climbing in this game. They actually fixed that in Ragnarok, where you can see the prompt for jumping somewhere off screen, which I think was amazing. But yeah, we've got a chisel, everybody. Very, very powerful chisel.
Magni didn't come back to life.
And so what we actually picked up the chisel for was to write a travel room at the top of the mountain, so that we can travel to Jotunheim. And so we knock this down. Over here, boy goes up top.
To send some of it directly to the Jarl's main kitchen. The rest was sorted and sold.
There is an exit under the thumb.
We go do another wheel. Okay. There'll be another wheel and freeze going on here. And you can actually, if you aim too high on the wheel, you can miss it. It'll go over the top, so gotta be careful with the aim and the angle there. Because it'll show you that you're actually aimed at it, but it'll go over the top of it if you're more than halfway up the circle there, which can be real annoying when you're trying to go fast. Okay, another way out, and now we're out of here.
Follow me, Atreus.
Atreus is off looking at a chest that's behind us, because he, like me, is a loot goblin.
Everything we just did. Climbed around a dead giant.
And so what I'm going to do here may look like I'm making a mistake, but I am not, I assure you.
You have come a long
I am getting
way.
in the boat on purpose and getting out of the boat on purpose.
Maybe Freya ought to have a look at the boy.
And what this does is starts a different set of dialogue than the one that would happen if I went straight into the door. So if I go into the door, there's a bit differently phrased, same message of dialogue, but it's longer. So you get in the boat to start what we're hearing now, and at the end you'll see how it is definitely the boat that causes it. But now we just stand here and wait. Usually the doors come at set intervals. So right here next to these mushrooms, there'll be one right in front of it. If you move too far forward, it'll pick the next spot forward. So you always want to kind of pick a spot and know where the door is going to be and stay right there.
And that vault isn't going anywhere. Seems a shame to waste the boat.
So that's why you can tell it. The game thinks we're on the boat rowing back, but we're not. We got out of the boat and went through the fast travel. But we got a shorter dialogue, and it's actually about 20 seconds of time save versus going the other way. So it's really worth doing. So this is Tyr's Vault, only we're getting a short tease of Tyr's Vault. There's going to be a quick turnaround here because Modi is about to show up and express his anger about what just transpired.
Another one of these. It's Tyr, but
it is Tyr.
The middle panel is missing. Wait, I thought Tyr was a god, not a giant.
Aye, but he was loved by everyone, including the giants. Other than me, he was the only one they gifted with their special sight. Hey, I wonder if the giants left a triptych about me somewhere, too.
Go ahead.
Actually, come look. Let me show you how to read this.
And so, yeah, you see a little prompt there, but it doesn't work.
Let me teach you
and so we just wait for him to talk.
Atreus.
Now we skip a cutscene where Modi shows up and attacks us, and the boy goes to try and rage out and gets very sick because he's been sick since the fight with them. And so now we show up carrying him off to Freya's house to try and cure him of whatever it is that's going on, which you're going to hear us chat about, Kratos and Mimir, on the walk and boat ride over. So, enjoy. Very somber part of the game, slow moving, but, you know, kind of, when it comes to the cutscenes, very integral in the story.
Freya's isn't far. Odin's eye is on you, brother, especially now that you've taken to killing his kin. Freya's forest is a blind spot for him. This is our smartest move, and if anyone can heal him, it's her.
What is happening to him?
I've seen in mortals that some conflict of the mind expresses itself as an ailment of the body, never in a god. And a god believing himself mortal. I can only imagine. We're almost there.
Yeah, the dialogue is quite a bit, so when it comes down to being like 20 seconds, I think the first time I did that way, I had a 25-second gold on the split, so it was pretty cool when we did that little dialogue switcheroo. Yeah, there's some neat little tricks to, you know, shortening dialogue or, you know, triggering the game to think one thing
Somebody
but doing another, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Neat little story note. You never figure out who actually blew the horn here. I have my speculation that it's Baldur just asking the snake about, you know, Magni and Modi or something. Or about these guys. But I don't know who would have talked to him. No idea. And they don't explain it in Ragnarok. You never find out. Unless there's some story, like
shaking.
environmental storytelling I've missed, but, you know, it's just me.
Freya! Open the door!
Freya says my favorite line, "I'm still a god, go away." Sounds very mad, though, very concerned.
Helheim of all
And so you
places.
can roll once, and then you're
You
stuck
alright,
moving
brother?
like this.
I will do what I
But
must.
you do get a little movement out of that roll. That's quite a bit faster than just walking. And now we're going to head home to, quote, get our blades that we already have. But there's some Hellwalker fighting going on here as well, so... You can never tell where they're showing up. Okay. I really wish we could watch these cutscenes, but sorry guys.
All right, brother. Let's see what
Best
those blades
cutscenes in the game right here. Hands down, but we gotta skip them. Especially if you're nostalgic for the old games and really bringing in the story from the old trilogy. Those are some really good scenes. Alright, that was fast.
My, yes, those blades will serve quite
Good.
well in Helheim. Now, I believe I see
They
a
all
door
kinda
to the
spawn
realm
right next
between
to each
realms
other,
over
yeah.
there, in your own front yard, no less. Take the shortcut back to the realm travel temple, then on to
Yeah,
Helheim,
these are my
yeah?
favorite too, Dorian, for sure. I agree. I'm sad as well. So we do another restart from save during the fast travel here.
Well,
And And I always just do a punch to make sure I'm getting enough time between when we roll in to when I do the restart from checkpoint, because if you do it too fast, you can mess it up. But you'll see I have a door immediately. You just run while the screen is still black. And again, the floor doesn't load in very quickly because I've forced the game to load quickly.
Now that Freya's given you the travel rune to Helheim, it should be unlocked on the table.
Kratos is going to look at his hand for a second. Very awed by the same symbol he sees there all the time. I am your monster no longer.
Hell. And it's done. We really are doing this.
Alright. You get to see the cool pattern that the Bifrost makes. You can see like the towers through the wall there. Like the outline of the towers shows up when the light goes over it. It's so cool. So, lots of Hellwalkers here. Absolutely no use of the axe. And, you know, quick movement, hopefully. There's some things here that can go really well, and some things that can go very badly. And so I'll try to explain them as we make our way along. But first things first, we go out of the temple and meet our first cold breath of Helheim.
I'll be watching your back.
Let me take
Thanks,
a
Uncle
moment
Brock.
to tell you that what you are about to do is absolutely insane. Not even
So we have
Odin
a
can
forced
survive
kind of
this cold.
walk.
So I hope those blades work.
And then we
Is this
can
the
move.
bridge Freya spoke of?
No, we're still in the
So I
realm
don't have to
travel
kill
bridge.
all these
We're after
guys,
the
but
damned.
he will attack
The
them.
dead use it to cross into their... See that? One of the many reasons we went back for those blades.
Like, just killing them while they're in your way is kind of nice, because then they're just not in your way. And you can actually use these guys, if it works, to blow up this stuff. The bramble will burn if you land a couple of those guys on it, but it is really RNG based, like where they land based on your punch, so I don't always get it to happen. But they can actually burn down the bramble for you, which is really helpful. It didn't happen there, but we didn't lose too much time getting caught up with fighting them with the agile strikes. So I'm going to use a heavy runic attack to hopefully take out this guy on the left and the bramble, but sometimes it doesn't aim right like that. It just kind of zones in on the guy that's over there instead of both. So I'm going to get a hop down from there. And a hop down from there, and if you hit him at the right time, he won't block your shit. Yeah.
When we killed
Shielded
the Reavers near
guys
my
are
home,
very
they came here.
finicky. If you hit
How
them
did they
as they're
return so
landing
quickly?
or as they're
Time doesn't move
spawning,
the
if
same
they're a
between
Draugr,
all realms,
you can
especially
actually
where the
kill them
spirit
right
world is
away, but
concerned.
any
Like the light
more
of
than like
Alfheim.
half a second
The
after
opposite, in
they've
fact.
spawned.
The Lake of Souls
Doesn't
feels
work.
faster than Alfheim time, but Hell is much slower than Midgard. Sorry, I'm sure that's confusing.
If we will be back to my son all the sooner, that is good.
Ah, aren't you a quick study?
Smarty pants Kratos. Alright, so we're gonna take this bramble out. We got the one shot, nice. Okay, and we gotta pick this stuff up because otherwise it's in our way when we try to climb up later. So we got you. There's another one. There's one behind me. And now we go up.
This Valhalla. Is it within hell?
Oh, no. Valhalla is part of Asgard. Only the worthy dead go there, the warriors who die.
Will killing the Bridgekeeper help the dead leave Midgard?
I don't expect it will.
All right.
I don't suppose it will
On
make
to the
things any worse
Bridgekeeper fight.
either. It'll be one less obstacle for the living to reach the inner sanctum of Helheim.
Auntie, link
Be
that
mad
in
enough
my
to go there.
Discord. I have a God of War 2018 and Ragnarok channel. I think she put all those videos in there. Bless her heart. Doing the work.
The Bridge of the Damned. And
But
there's
those
the
are all
keeper,
really good. I
making
suggest
sure
you
the
guys
dead
watch
are
those.
really
All
dead.
the
What is that?
story-based videos,
That
the
totem contains a
mocap
powerful
videos are
source
really
of
good.
magical energy,
awesome.
the very power of Helheim itself.
All right, so we're gonna go fight this guy. There's a very
Just take it, we can
particular set of things that we do to him.
Start some trouble.
I'm going to
Do that,
slow
right?
time and take him down to his first damage wall, and then he'll move to the center. We'll do some other strats, but you'll see. And so now he's down. We stick ourselves in the corner. And we do that again. Now this one, because I don't have my special shield on, he blows me away a little bit, but I use my heavy runic. He'll show back up, but he should die all on his own. And that's the end of that fight. But there's a very long cutscene here of me brutally murdering the keeper of the Bridge of Hell and stealing his heart. Really, it's just, impromptu surgery, but you get it.
Now the heart, brother. You'll have to
Oh,
get
they
your
made a
hands
2-hour
dirty.
documentary. No, that one I'm not sure of. I only saw the one that's like 10 or 12 minutes long. Like it's probably like a summary or something. Really? I'll have to check that out. So, opening chest cavity. Scalpel. Forceps. Forceps. Alright, we skipped scene. That's that.
How is he here? That is not possible.
It's just an illusion. Hell's known for torturing its inhabitants with their own past. We should focus on getting back to your son.
So we skip.
Shh.
So we're about 2 minutes behind, I think, based on the timer I just saw, so not too bad.
So you're welcome, and I'm leaving. This place is not enough to raise a pair of pigeons.
I sometimes wonder if there was once some sort of accident in his brain.
Something
We
like
have
that.
been away too long.
Whoops. And so I don't have to fight any of these guys. I just move my way through. Just need to kill these ones, which is a very scripted thing. Didn't get a straight shot on the bramble, but that's fine.
Back there. Zeus was your father?
Not now. We should focus on getting out of hell.
And with that, I cannot argue. I'll just contemplate that little nugget in silence then.
All right. So there's a traveler over on the right that we try to avoid here. As long as we don't trigger him, we don't have to fight him. We just make our way through. These guys can actually be a problem. They'll probably catch up to me, and if they're in the way... Oh, yeah. Bro. Anyway, the axe only works there at the end. But yeah, sometimes they get out of control there and get a little bit away. Those nightmares, if you're not looking at them immediately and when they spawn, they move. So they're supposed to show up on the right and then the left. But then they basically immediately switch to the other side. So little bit slow there at the end, but the little Hellwalker guys that, you know, chasing down the black and blue guys, sometimes you can get them to blow each other up as you punch through, which is really good RNG, but it doesn't happen a lot. And so there's usually one waiting there when you're trying to open the door, so you just try to take everyone out. Nightmares, Hellwalkers, and those little black and blue guys too. I don't know what those are called actually. They're all like Hellwalkers to me.
Never be whole without the truth. Look, I get it. You hate the gods, all gods. It's no accident that includes yourself.
This is going to be really good timing for a break, because I'm going to need to run to the restroom, and I'm going to suggest that you all do the same. It's going to happen as soon as we get back to Freya and Atreus.
Tell him nothing.
And then we'll go back to Tyr's Temple. But this is where we unlock two-way fast travel, and I also like to show off a little bit by going into the store and picking up all the things we never got. Hey-o. Doesn't do anything.
I know you do. So
Don't need
I
it,
took a
doesn't
few
matter,
cuts from
do
them
it
winds of
anyway.
hell and made it so it ain't just one way. Now you can use it to travel
Respectfully,
to and from.
Bollocks.
If I didn't break it.
Then we can take it to Freya.
Gotta tell the man what he needs to hear. Gotta be a good counselor, that's what they do.
Might be some kinks to sort out, but you'll make it.
Just go, brother.
Alright, so this takes us basically right outside Freya's door instead of having to ride the elevator, but it's the only time that it does this. So we'll do another RFC to reset the dialogue. Otherwise we wait for the dialogue to finish and then for the door to show up. And the restart from checkpoints just a wee bit faster, a couple of seconds here, nothing crazy. But the door is already loaded in by the time the screen comes up, so like we can start running while it's still black, which is a nice little trick.
But close enough. He did say there were kinks.
So we skip. I'm going to use the whirlwind here to move.
Freya, I will not forget this.
Once we head out the door. Actually, I don't need to do that here. I do that on the last one. I'll get to the handle down below for the elevator, but there'll be a short wait because the boy has to finish some dialogue before we can actually ride the elevator that's coming up. But I'll still use the axe swing just to make sure we're there on time. We do this, and just keep swinging, and every third one we pull out the shield so that we can continue our combo.
Yes. To find the black
So if you do 4, it does this.
Do you know the way from here?
So now we're here. I can't quite pull the lever, and he's all the way over there.
I don't know.
But he'll say this line,
Okay,
and now I'll have the prompt. Even though he's for sure not to us by that point. If you don't look, you can get the prompt. All right. I'm dangling from the hip of the bloody ghost of Sparta. Don't call me that. And for those who may be wondering, I do plan to run Ragnarok as well, especially now that New Game Plus is out. So we'll be doing that in the coming months. So if you're looking for someone who will be speedrunning that, let me know. I'll be doing that. We're also going to be doing some Burning Shores, I'm sure. But we'll see how much of that is necessary based on time saved for the NG story, NG Plus story run.
Every god is unique.
So maybe I won't get strong like
So that's
Father,
kind of my plan
but I'll have
coming up
abilities on
anyway,
my own.
for speedrunning and stuff. Of course, I know there's some folks chomping at the bit to suggest new casual games as well, so we got a lot going on coming up here. If y'all are interested.
More than my share of gods.
Me too, apparently.
Yeah, skipping cinematics for the New Game Plus in Ragnarok just came out. That's why I haven't run it. Up to this point, I would have done a run, but it's like, I think world record's 10.5 hours or something like that. I'm just not trying to do that.
The day of your mother's funeral was the first I ever
Now
saw
that the
Baldur.
cutscene skips there, once
is the
people have
truth.
found everything, there's some crazy
have to go right back
glitches
to
that are in the
Tirzval.
Discord right now
Do we?
too. Especially some
we're
grappling
God.
glitches
We can
that
do whatever we
can
want,
skip entire
right?
sections
What do you
of
really feel like
realms.
doing right now? Let's try this again.
So I said that
Without
right. They're pretty crazy. So we'll see if they get patched out before I start running it. But before, you know, before I hope to get some pretty good ones in. Anyway, I'm going to kill my camera for just a sec while I run to the bathroom. And I will be right back. There's a rather long wait here, so
Death itself I
I'll be right
swallow,
back.
To spring forth life
Enjoy this little
tomorrow.
bit.
Go.
Yeah. I wish I'd known I was a god in Alfheim. I wouldn't have felt so bad about killing so many elves.
Well, I'm not sure that's the lesson.
You've done nothing to regret. The elves forced their affairs upon us.
No, I get it now. We had god things to do, and they were in the way, dragging us into their little problems.
Again, are we just leaving that there?
I mean, just knowing we're gods makes me feel so much stronger.
Maybe you feel a little too good right now. With power comes a big choice, lad. You can either serve yourself, or put your godhood in the service of others, like Tyr did.
People really loved him, huh?
Aye, a god of war, but one who fought for peace. Had a reputation for being heroic and lawful, using his power and knowledge to stop wars rather than start them.
So there are good gods.
Once in a moon, it's been known to happen, yes?
This one mentions places I've never heard of. Seems Tyr really liked to travel.
Tyr believed the mind, not might, was key to preventing war and chaos. And he also knew visiting other cultures would give him perspective staying in one place could not. While Odin always hoarded knowledge, guarding it jealously, Tyr was open and sharing with his learning and his wisdom. For this, mortals adored Tyr, showing their love by bringing him gifts the world over.
So, whatever happened to Tyr?
Odin came to regard him as a threat to his rule. He suspected Tyr of collaborating to aid the Giants instead of helping to steal their secrets for the Aesir. Same thing he accused me of, frankly. Though in Tyr's case, I believe he was right.
You think Tyr was
Alright,
up with
I'm
the
back.
Giants?
I do. He felt responsible for the suffering
Thanks for
visited
waiting,
upon them
everyone.
by Odin.
A little bit of a story from Amir, some sass from
The missing
Atreus.
Jotunheim town.
And so now we have one of the
Whatever
more
happened to
difficult
it? I believe it
puzzle
could only have
sections
been
of the
done
run,
with
and also
Tyr
one of the
and the
more
Giants
interesting
working
story
together.
sections. So yeah,
Where is this black room head?
Don't know. I've never been in here.
The stone! That has
so
to
we
be
climb up the wall over here.
naturally.
And what he's talking about is the fact that the black rune was there, and now it's up entangled in this contraption that is in the middle of the room. And in typical God of War fashion, we have a rather
No.
grandiose
You know,
puzzle to
For
solve.
someone so loved, Tyr sure was
And
paranoid.
so that door opens because we're gonna go that
Thanks
way.
to Odin, with good reason. Move it or you may lose it, brother.
And so now we've got a bunch of wind traps, conveniently enough, because we just got the winds of hell. And now we've got our first puzzle in which you can die. So yeah, I have died several
that's
times in
unfriendly.
this place, and I hope I don't today.
Look, small passages on either side.
I
Perfect
missed.
for the boy.
No, back up, and here we are.
Brother, get up, brother.
Nice. I died. Congratulations, Craig. You died. So sneaking through there is hard, but it's the backup strat. It's what you do. Let's try to get it right this time.
Well, that's unfriendly.
And it happens fast, if you didn't notice.
Look, small passages on either side. Perfect for the boy.
It's too small for...
Careful, brother. Rhea's not here to bring you back if you're
Okay.
cutting too...
So that's how it's supposed to go. Not sure why I couldn't do that the first time. I should have slowed down a little bit, but it's all good. So now you see kind of how precise you have to be, and if you mess things up, you really need a backup. So it is what it is. Where? Why aren't you killing him? Oh, at least I got it.
What did you see in that ball that set you off?
It is not important.
Didn't it want to?
It was a rash impulse. You need not dwell.
Okay.
Look, I just want to know the truth from now.
Oh,
Okay.
you haven't watched enough God of
I don't care
War
if it
runs,
hurts me or
Aaron.
not.
I have
I want to
definitely
learn.
died tons of
Just
times to
hopefully
these
God
very
doesn't
More
traps.
small passages.
I know. Go.
I can't watch, brother. Good luck.
And so I'll get to the door, but we'll have to wait because the boy crawls through passages around the traps, and you can get 2 prompts before he's done.
Don't you
But you
enjoy
can't
it
get the
all?
prompts until he's done making his way through.
Want an adventure in some
That's
amazing
important
place?
for certain sections of this, but yeah.
Maybe Mother wanted us to have a little
I did
fun.
speak it into existence.
Everything we've
To be
seen
fair,
and
I
done.
just missed my throw, and that's why I went for a risky backup strat. It's entirely on me that I did that. There we go. Turn around. Nope. Grab
There's the wind trap.
you.
Clever.
My eyes always get dry around this point in the run because I'm always staring at things. Imagine that. So you run around, grab this, put them away. Got another puzzle that comes out here. Alright.
The rune stone. It's lowered. What's going on?
Trap.
Father!
And so dying on these traps aren't so bad. It's dying on any of the traps when we flip the temple towards the end. I have a split called Flip the What Now.
Atreus, focus.
That if we die there, you lose quite a bit more time having to redo puzzles or get through puzzles. So I'm glad if it had to happen, it happened here and not
These are
there.
out of order.
Good boy.
So the moon goes
so
on the
now we
left,
have a
sun on the right.
combination
With the
of
midgard in the middle,
inputs.
but which bar do I pull?
Right.
So it's right, middle, left, middle, right, left.
The middle. Left boy.
Gotta get them in order.
Middle bar. The right boy.
Moon on the left, sun.
Left boy.
All right. For the break, yeah. Normally it's not so bad, but I've got like the window open and the fan is on and stuff, so like the air is really moving around in my room. Obviously that's good. I need some ventilation in here.
Something.
My computer and my PS5 tend to run a little hot.
Wait! What's that
Yeah.
big chain for? Father, above you!
And they call Loki the trickster. Tyr's a hell of a trickster with these puzzles, man. It's like, yeah, you might make it through this one, but I'm gonna crush you afterwards. I hope you have a knife that can break these chains.
Wait, I know what to do.
Her knife.
There's no other way! It's not working!
So the boy sacrifices his mother's knife to save his father. And there's a scene later where he gives him a knife that, you know, he made for himself basically and whatnot. So he gives him, you know, the other knife. So we get a little dodge, and now we can roll this way, but I have a forced camera angle for a second. And now I can turn it.
We did it.
Aye.
And so I have to
Let's go see
roll
what
like
Tyr's
that
got
to
for
kind
us.
of get the directions I want to go in.
We've got it.
Alright, we skip a cutscene. And now it's time for twins. Twins, you say? Well, yes, I do say. And here's one. And here's the other. And now he's dead. So boss fights aren't really boss fights. They're more of a suggestion.
But no match for us gods.
I have beaten bigger.
And I would split for
Cutie
this
troll.
as soon as the prompt works here.
Yeah. I'm
Like that. And that's normally 2:44:12 for the world record, so we're about 3 minutes behind after the death, but it's all good. So we make our way all the way back to the top of the mountain again.
Aye. Having learned that travel route to Jotunheim, we can now head back to the gateway on top of...
Okay.
I'm gonna tell Sindri I'm a god. I'd like to see the look on his face.
No, I may have kept your secret too long, but now you will keep our secret.
All right. So you're gonna see a lot of the
Why should we
same
hide
here
where we
going
are?
up.
Secrets are open,
Same path,
Shouldn't we be
different,
open?
you know,
Like
bad
here?
guys kind of thing.
Tyr kept secrets too.
But we have
for
some
good
fights on the
reasons.
way up.
To protect people. It is wiser to
Got
be
an
discreet.
ogre, a wolver,
That
and
doesn't
some
mean you should
nightmares
lie to your
coming up
friend.
here.
Or your family.
Some hellwalkers up at the top. Bunch of poison hellwalkers after that. And yeah, just making our way back through the mountain. Only this time, our boy is a wee bit angsty, a wee bit mad, a wee bit power hungry, you might say. Okay. Why are we doing that?
To stop us?
Why did you speak to the dwarf like that?
Aren't you sick of hearing about him and his brother?
Yeah, right on. So
Of
just a
course.
little under
But
3
it serves
minutes
nothing to make an
behind.
enemy
Not
of
bad.
him.
He should know the truth, even if it hurts.
It was needless and unkind.
Truth is more important than kindness.
Your mother would disagree.
She wasn't God.
So we take those guys out. One of them has a shield. That's why I use that attack there.
Why don't you
so
let
it
me
just
carry her
kills
up from
them.
here?
The guy with the shield
Why not?
doesn't quite
We're
die
almost
from
there.
it,
You know I
but
can
the
handle it.
leftover
Can you?
burning
After the way
area
you spoke of her, I
attack
questioned that.
does actually
What?
take over
That she
there.
wasn't a
So
god?
She was better than a god, and you shall not dishonor her.
Fine. Carry her yourself.
Watch your back!
nice. Okay, that wasn't bad.
See what you get. Come here. You knew all along that we were gods. I come up with a story about Odin trying to swallow us in Jotunheim before we killed him.
Not sure if you could run this game. Oh, do tell. How come?
Think we're a threat?
Our other fearless
You and Mother always said all
host
gods
is
were
of
evil.
the same opinion, last I heard.
We're not. Tyr wasn't. Freya neither. The Aesir gods, that's who's evil.
Oh,
And you know what? Odin's right.
a wee
We
bit
are a threat.
annoying. Yes,
'Cause
indeed.
we know what they are and we know we can
Yes.
Well,
He,
not all of them.
gets a little bit angsty here,
Magni
that's
knows.
for sure.
beat them. Instead, they're no better than us.
Except also stabbing a god in the neck is a bit beyond angsty, I guess, at this point. That's what just happened. So now Modi is dead because Atreus stabs him.
Whatever.
Now we're gonna go fight some Tatsa worms. Okay.
Keep your wits about you, boy. If Modi found us, Baldur cannot be far.
Good.
So basically back up the same path.
No, you do not. You will leave him to me.
So you can kill him. Because that's what we do to our enemies, right?
We'll take a
'Cause he did the
different
same to us.
lift up
I
to
will
the
do
top
only
this
what is
time.
necessary.
And I'll help.
No.
The boy's a dick and just activates his runic attack.
Behind you, watch out!
Have you forgotten your training?
Are you talking to me? I thought you didn't like the tone.
You talking to me? You talking to me? Alright. The beginning of his goth phase, yes, indeed. It's short-lived, thankfully enough. Yeah.
I can't learn if you won't teach me.
He's about to get us in a whole lot of trouble.
I've done everything you want.
And,
And all I wanted was
we're
the
gonna
truth.
let him know. We're gonna let
Where
him know.
did you get your fire blades?
Fuck around with Dad, and you find out, right?
Why did you hide them? You said there are consequences to killing a god. You used the blades to kill one. Who else did you kill?
All right.
Before Magni? How many? Do you hear me?
I heard you, and these are not subjects for discussion.
We went
Do
from
not push
10
me,
years
boy.
old to 15 years old
Fine.
in about 2 to 3
Come here.
hours.
Guess what?
Seems right.
I know everything I need to know now. I have nothing
Asking
else
questions
to
you
learn.
have no right to ask, that kind of stuff.
Congratulations.
All right, so we're basically in the back half of the run now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 splits left. Yeah. The last one's only a couple of minutes, 3.5 minutes. It's all movement. But the rest of them have lots of fighting and lots of puzzles and lots of good stuff, so yeah. I forgot he does that grab him thing. Come on.
That's the end of you.
Brothers, be warned. The tunnels I'm seeing in the walls up here show signs of recent dragon activity.
We already killed that dragon.
Ah, did you then? Well, how'd that go?
We already killed that dragon. As if that should have been expected, right? So the boy takes off. I can only walk there. And now he attacks an ancient without provocation. And you'll see his health bar come up now. But we don't actually have to fight him. You'll see I got 19 experience just for walking by, which is pretty dope. But you don't have to do that fight. You don't have to do that fight. So we make our way out. Sindri over there on the right. Hi Sindri, bye Sindri. And we make our way up to the top again. Nope. 2 shots if you're not running. Sometimes you get some cool music, battle music from the Ancient, that lingers into this section, but right now is how it's supposed to sound.
You two. The silence is getting unnerving.
It's supposed to
Don't
be
worry
very
about it.
quiet,
We're
obviously, from that line. Now we just make our way to the top, and so I broke up the bramble at the base of the climb here, but it doesn't let you go up this way earlier in New Game Plus, but we break it up so that we can climb right up
Nearly
during
there.
this section.
Finally.
You don't have to, you can still come at this with your
Boy.
blades out, but hey, you guys want to see a dead body?
Well, that's a sight no man should ever see.
Pretty
Thanks
cool,
for
huh?
that.
Don't poke it with a stick. It might poke you back. Oh, hey, Kira. Welcome in.
Carve along that.
I always go and look at Mimir's body there. It's just hilarious. Punch Balder for a bit.
From my son!
Nothing like the little face stump. So we block a little bit. Dodge twice. And on the third one we can retaliate.
Weak! You won't stop me! I will break you!
And one more.
Why won't you die?
Oh, he gets to punch again, I see. Alright. There's a little bit of RNG to that. He doesn't always do it in that succession. You don't always get punches after being punched. Or after punching him, I guess. Like, most of the time he'll just stand back up and try to do the slam where he drops on you, but either way. And this is just all cutscene until I have to skip when we get inside the temple, so just enjoy. Yeah, bingo is so much fun. Yeah, we gotta do a lot more of that. We should do some more of that on this channel, I think. I'd be happy to do those if anyone wants to race. I do have a link to the how to set up the bingo board and all that if anyone ever wants to try one. So Kratos lands. We see the dragon bleeding profusely. Reminds me of a Mastodon song. And so I would split as soon as he grabs the door here. But I'm not doing that. This is still cutscene. And you can't skip the cutscene until he opens the door. So but what happens is we find Balder in there. He's got Atreus. And we all get in a fight while the Bifrost is going, and we end up on the other side of hell. So we're on the far side of the bridge that the bridge keeper was trying to keep us out of, and we now have to find a way out.
Wow, it's cold. This is hell?
Not just hell. Worst place in hell
Oh,
you could
nice.
have put us.
258.
I see a ship.
Get us there.
Yeah, we're
It
3
only takes
minutes,
us halfway to
2
Tyr's
minutes
temple,
and
but at
56
least it
seconds
gets us
behind
far
record.
from here.
So still a good run.
For 1,000 mortal lifetimes, the bridge keeper
So
kept
we're
the
gonna
living
have a
out of this place.
Hellwalker come down
And now
with a
that you've ripped
shield, so we
his
gotta
heart out,
time
here
our
we are.
attack here. Gonna have some spawn on the other side. And I
Boy,
can use my axe on these ones. Spin around, do that, shoot him off. And we keep our blades out because we want them after this cutscene. So he walks right into a cutscene but takes his blades out because I had them out before I opened the door. And now we're forced to watch the stabbing, which shall be named.
turn away, boy.
And Atreus totally tries to gaslight himself into being like, that wasn't me, but you know, you totally stabbed a guy, dude. Just like that. You shouldn't stab people, it's not nice.
I couldn't have done that.
Do not dwell on those thoughts. Not here.
Yeah.
We must keep moving.
So this is what happened when we got back up the mountain. And so I have to do this with the camera, turn left that way. If I try to turn right, the camera will fight me.
What was that?
Which is a weird
Not just
nuance
the
to
old
that
and sick
section.
come to Helheim.
But I pull out the blades before that all
Hell must not draw a
happens.
distinction between us and those
Because
whom
I
these
want
visions
to
are meant
break
to
up this
torture.
bramble down
How do
here.
we stop it?
Escape hell as soon as possible.
I'm not gonna let it bother me. Like you said, Mimir, it was just an illusion. That wasn't me.
No. But it is who you have become of late.
Look, I know I got us into this, but I'll get us out. Whoever I am.
I will get us out. You
Okay,
will follow
that was
orders.
really clean.
But maybe that's not who I am.
It had better
Traveler
be.
fight.
Now let me focus.
So we use our switch stance attack. Open this up. Gonna put my axe away and go.
Wait, I think I see Baldur.
All right, now we've got some story time.
Stay out of sight.
Listen,
You had no right.
I had every right. I am your mother.
You had no right, witch.
We got forced perspective here.
I can't smell, I can't even feel the temperature of this room. Feasting, drinking, women, it's all gone.
You'll never
Gone.
feel pain again. Death has no power over you now. You would rather die?
How do you feel, chat? Do you want to be like Baldur, or do you want to be normal? What do you think?
Yes. Take it away,
I can't.
please.
Would you let Freya make you invincible if you couldn't taste or feel anything?
Trust me in time. You will thank me.
Or would you be real mad, like big mad, like this? Hey, thanks for the good luck, Marin.
Yes. I won't.
Good job with the bingo and the runs today. I'm glad I got to see them. Get some good rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
We can figure this out. I promise. Trust me. I know how to.
So Baldur is seeing, you know, an old memory of his.
Do it! Come on!
And so we're forced to watch that, and we would be forced to watch yet another section of this, but I'm going to stop right here. And if I went to that little gap right there on the edge, I would be forced to get a close-up shot of what's happening here. But we can do what we did when we met Mimir for the first time, and kind of wait until a certain line of dialogue plays, and then I can climb right past it. So it's just like a 4-second time save. But as soon as he says never, now I can go. And I won't be forced to stop there before I transition. And
Freya is his mother.
we can save just
Why
a
did you
little bit
keep
of
this
time
from us,
going
Ed?
through here.
Would you believe it slipped my mind?
The other two,
would not.
there's no real reason
at a
to
loss.
do that,
I assure you
because
I've
you
no
can't
reason
save
to
time
keep such a
getting to
thing
the
a
last
secret.
bit. You still have to hear it.
There's the boat.
So we only have
must speak
something
more
for
of
that
this.
very last bit there.
Soon.
But there are 2 forced perspectives, 3 in that whole thing. So I triggered the fight, and I'm not sure why. So now we're gonna lose a bunch of time, because this is really dumb. Who else? Oh my god. Alright. So you can skip this fight
I will have much to do.
and not hear any of this dialogue, and I can't
that?
believe that I did
hurry.
that.
Not entirely sure this is seaworthy.
now what?
Give me space to work.
Can't remember the last time I triggered that fight. I don't think I've done it in practice for this. But you know, marathon luck is marathon luck. So this part of the run is a
Just
bit
bear in
long.
mind this boat can only take us part of the way.
We have a
Tyr's
very
temple is near
long
the
fight
top of a
coming up,
tremendous
and for anyone
waterfall,
who's
which,
familiar,
sadly, we are
we're about to
downstream.
fight a
That
lot
means
of
even if we get there
Hellwalkers right
intact,
here on this
we
boat.
still need to sail up a waterfall somehow.
And
Vanir built the greatest
it's
ship that ever was.
mostly
It
a
can
s
fly.
an auto-scroller
Speedrun, yeah.
fight.
Yeah,
There are some
because it was
sections that you need to
designed to
do
fly.
quicker than
This was
others,
not.
and we will
Nevertheless,
do those to the best of
boat
our
we have.
ability here. But you'll see. This one, I probably won't say much, and I'll probably be kind of focused in here, but you'll see why pretty soon.
Perhaps the biggest iceberg I've ever seen.
At least the fire's
We
making
have a
it.
few
Dropping
things to
it?
do before
Give me
the
a
fight
part
starts,
of
but ultimately, like, there's a neat little
So now the sails are loose?
fast puzzle trick I'm
Just
about to
watch.
do, but mostly this is just a very long fight. Oh, yeah, we're going the wrong way. That one first. There we go.
You're pulling the sails down? But how are they gonna catch the
I
wind?
had my parts of the fight out of order. Now we climb this.
We're floating! The heat from the fires! We're actually floating!
So we climb up, go to the wheel, and the wheel busts real fast.
Stay with the boat.
So we're gonna do a couple of rolls over here to the left, pull up
Wait
the
for me
axe,
there.
couple of fast ones, and you don't even have to freeze it. You can just run off of it real quick if you're fast about it. So
I can help?
Together now.
what's nice about bingo, Kira, is you can do them on your own. You don't actually have to compete against someone either. They're really fun to just do on stream and just like talk about it with chat and stuff. I was enjoying when we were doing it for practice.
It is time to end this.
I suggest maybe trying it.
It is time.
You do have to know a lot about side quests and collectibles and what you need to buy things. There's a lot to know about the game, that's for sure. I'm not sure if I have the brain space for everything, but I compete. It's fine. I do find it fun, though.
Hold on!
Yeah, but if you have, like, you know, a link to make a board and the coding for it and stuff, it can be pretty fun to just do at your own pace. Don't put a timer on it or anything. Just like try to fill out a board or whatever, or try to fill out a line or something like that. So, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Sorry, all of these guys could use a lozenge. I apologize for the phlegmy voices. You can shoot these guys off the side like that. Would you shoot that guy for the last time? God damn. Just spamming square and he's not attacking the dude who has one hit left. Alright, so we're gonna have a little fight here.
Harpoon! I will free us!
And then I gotta knock this harpoon off.
That one's down!
There's a couple that are delayed here at the end. Nice. It actually spawned next to me. All those spawn points you saw are RNG, so those guys can spawn in any of those spots at any time. They don't always do it in that order, and it can be kind of annoying not being able to know exactly where you need to put the axe. So
Yeah, it's freezing.
but I use the axe there because they all actually take damage from it. Not everything does, so kind of depends on the character model that you're fighting. Like this one over here, because he looks the way he does, wouldn't take any damage from the axe, but broccoli, need to shoot that guy. All right. Okay. Okay. So this is basically auto scroller here. Like it takes this long to hit the bridge no matter what you do. Like it doesn't depend on what I'm killing or anything like that. So that's why this is really long and rather arduous, because it just kind of goes on. Same fight, same baddies until a few different things go on. One of them coming up is a fight with some harpoons involved. Okay. Okay. Alright, so gonna have 2 of these lock on. I need to get 1 right away. And then I'll have to fight a Revenant and some Nightmares and another Revenant. This one we just throw, we pick up her stuff. Now we use this. Got it. Good. Yeah, auto scrollers and speedruns, I know, right? So that was pretty good section there. That's the only part of it that requires you do it quickly, because you have to kill the Revenants and the Nightmares before you can push off the second one. So that's the only part that really matters time-wise here. This next part is basically another auto scroller until I might have done that early, but it's basically another auto scroller until we get an ogre fight at the front here. So I did that a little bit early. Okay. Okay. I don't like the holes that the last one made. It's just like makes it so hard to get around. So many that spawn here at the end too. There we go.
More harpoon.
Cool.
Stopped again.
So now we're gonna take this guy out right away.
Don't step out onto the ground.
Okay.
Break off.
But we need to lose that harpoon.
And then I would split as soon as this circle prompt disappears. So That would be right there where I normally split, or we skip. We go crashing in. Favorite weapon in this game, casually? Axe or blades? Axe. I like the axe, especially with the retribution handle. It can be pretty fun. I don't use that handle on the axe, the pommel, they call it. It's the very bottom piece of the axe. You can see it kind of shining or whatever, but it gives you different stat boosts. I use the forbidden grip of the ages or something like that. Either way, the retribution one makes it so that it seeks out enemies on return, and it can be really fun to use. And it does more damage on the return than it does on the throw, but also the throw is super powerful, so it's pretty fun. So about 330 behind, that's not so bad.
Right,
especially with the death in the mix.
Where's that dwarf?
Thanks for keeping the time, man. I appreciate that. It's nice to be able to do what I do normally in the runs, and analyze time, you know. I have typically on my splits I show like what my best possible time is, and I show, you know, how fast a segment was versus my best after it's completed.
Every time I hear it, and obviously
I'm a big fan of knowing where I am in the run. Some people don't really like that. I don't know. I like to keep my brain working the whole run and not getting complacent. So I like to look at a little bit of
how's that, brother?
Some of best possible time save, best possible time, previous segment, best, that kind of stuff.
Vulnerability to all threats, physical or
so that's why I keep kind of giving the time that I would.
He is bewitched not to speak of what he knows.
It's fun though. It's good to know how fast you're going.
Oh, that's it precisely. I wonder how long that's been so.
Can you make it?
All right.
Hey, look who's back up and about.
Okay. So now we're gonna go down here again.
It has to be somewhere.
Why are you getting stuck so much?
Tears Rune. This is it.
All right. So right now, the split is called Flip the What Now? And
We're inside.
it involves
What is this place?
flipping the temple upside down. And you'll see how we go about doing that.
We're underneath the road travelers.
Those realm doors seem to mirror the ones above.
And so we move quickly so that Atreus doesn't pause. He'll stop if you're behind him.
Up there.
And we need him to get to this point so we can hit square.
The clue we seek may be inside.
Huh. Right next to the Jotunheim door.
Interesting. But can we reach it?
Not from here.
So either here or on the other side over there, there's another door that opens. And you can just make your way down here. But you have to wait for all that dialogue first.
With another.
Boy, this is the rune for Jotunheim.
That's right. And look, we're on the other side of the door.
The upside down door.
What are you thinking?
Stand back.
Okay. It's moving.
What's moving?
It's upside down. I'm just gonna flip it.
Whoa.
Okay, so now we got a little cutscene.
Extraordinary. The whole room is built on some kind of axle.
There's chains on both sides. Without those.
We can flip the temple.
All right.
What now?
Oh, I'd be happy to write up something for you, Kira, if you want to know how to do it.
Things are happening.
I can give you, for Forbidden West anyway, I don't know, I don't have the coding to paste in for Zero Dawn, but I'm sure Alton or someone does.
Boy, on the statues.
I see them.
Come on, boy,
It says
move.
void.
Need you to get over here.
Ominous.
Come on.
Go on. Read.
Before the first, after the last. Nothing between, no shadow cast. Alpha.
Yeah, I can show you how we do the Forbidden West one. Basically what happened was Speedrun made a list, and then we refined it based on, you know, the restrictions of the map which we wanted to play within. And then he made the bulleted list into a code that we paste into the Bingo Sync website. And you can pick games that you're playing in and stuff like that. He had a code, like a program that turned the list into the code. So like it takes a bulleted list and turns it into a thing that like Bingo Sync can use, which he also shared that with me. So Dorian would probably understand that more than I would, but I don't need that because he gave me the code that comes out of it, so I can just make bingo boards whenever I would like. Cool guy, that B-Dud. You guys should check him out.
And let you miss this. No.
You're enjoying this.
Alright, so here's one of the traps. You sometimes take a little damage there, which is fine. Okay, you actually gotta hit the trap though. Oh, a little bit early. Try to time it when it moves. Okay. Whoa. I didn't really time that well.
Time to do what you do.
I put the wind trap back in there a little soon, so there wasn't a whole lot of time. It does actually matter when you throw those together because they may open and close at the same time, and you can't get through sometimes if it's really bad, so. Yeah, you definitely don't have to know the code, you just have to have a copy of it, which is really nice.
Focus up, boy.
Look out! One less brother to worry
Okay.
about. At the red.
You are one vicious son of a bitch.
I love that line. Okay, this is perfect. Nice. So we can make our way back through. The traps aren't nearly obviously as bad on the way back, but if you make them through quick. So now I gotta wait for this to come back down.
So important.
So we do that, and now we go all the way through.
I truly do hate this part.
I know.
There we go. Okay.
I, for one, never doubted.
Right.
I know the music is so good after the fights start, and it plays through on my way back each time, so... but you don't have to kill anything on the way back. Only the stuff to get you out of this part of each of the chain breaking rooms. You don't have to kill anything on the fight on the way back, but... we're gonna have a couple travelers here. And it turns out using Atreus' shock arrows here is actually like really the way to go. So I definitely wouldn't have made that. So now we wait. And we just roll our way through so we don't get too caught up and get squished. And if I can keep going, we've got a nice clean exit. And we just wait. So now that that trap is there, the boy has to make his way through the bad guys and the little passageway that lets him through each time. So yeah. So I just wait for this prompt, Now we move up and we go flip the temple. But he has little ways of making his way through there, and you're just waiting for his animation to stop, so...
He's kept Jotunheim out of Odin's reach, but the world is hardly at peace.
No, but it's got hope. We're all working together now.
Oh, Kira, I have more
unity.
confidence
That's
in
what
you
the rune on
than
the door
that.
to this place was telling us. We're on Tyr's path.
Lift with your
Alright.
legs, brother.
And so I would
knows.
split after
Just
the
trying to be
next
helpful.
circle prompt goes away. Right here.
Standing. On the day that brute force is the answer, I'll be quite happy to be on your side, brother. And we're
Alright.
not dead. That's a plus.
See that, Mimir? Nobody can do all this alone. All these obstacles. They're just chances to prove we're the ones who can beat them. We may argue. Me and Father, you and Freya, Brock and Sindri. But when we all work together, we do make a good team. And that's Tyr's test. That's why we're gonna make it to Jotunheim.
Do you hear
Oh yeah,
that,
so we
brother?
didn't really
Lads
lose
found
any
his
time there.
equilibrium.
We're still basically the same
You speak wisely, Atreus.
same behind as we were before,
And that
so
is
still
good to
3.5
hear.
minutes, so good. One thing that was really good about practicing this run is that I got my sum of best actually under 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's currently 3:49:53, which is so theoretically sub 350 is possible in this game. So see if anyone ever pushes it that
You're
low.
saying
It
Tyr's
will
shrine showed him
probably not
stepping
be
off the
me.
branch of the world tree.
Good.
And you're thinking,
Now when you're
to
done
reach the
gawking,
secret
I
path
got a
to
favor to
Jotunheim,
ask.
that's what we need to do?
Yeah, this is story difficulty on this
Oh
one.
dear.
The Gimme God of War
If you're
record is
thinking about
something
hurling us all into the
358,
void,
maybe
I'll hook your joint
357. It's just under 4 minutes
This
for the
is where
most
two
part.
step
So
beyond, and the Unity
I
Stone
have not
protected
tried
him.
it, even though I do have
Ready?
Ready.
what do you call
Well,
it? Notes.
this is it,
I have
lads.
some
It's
notes,
been an
not
honor.
detailed,
Our
but
faith
on
head.
the differences between some of the fights. Movement is still the same.
This is incredible!
One day I might run Gimme God of War in this category, but we'll see. Or in this game, I should say. Different category, because it's different difficulty. It's called the Very Hard Glitchless category, and all the same little skips are allowed, but there are no out of
gonna be so
bounds, no
nauseous without a stomach.
runic
Come on,
canceling
that was great.
attack kind of things, where you can use two runics at the same time,
there was something down
all that kind of stuff. None of that is
Amazing.
allowed,
How
so...
do you hide something that exists in all realms? Cast it out of any realm to the space between. Clever old Tyr.
Jotunheim on the other side?
Can't be that. It's not like you go through Vanaheim to reach the Midgard Peak.
But how do we use it?
I'd suggest we look inside, but stay... Well, this is sparse.
The pedestal.
All right, so now we've got the Jotunheim Tower fight.
No! It took the stone!
And so we take a
It's
little bit
absorbing
from
the stone's
each
energy.
of the
Something's happening!
realms we've visited,
Is it moving?
and
It's
the
moving.
first one.
Knows what to do. The stone served its purpose. We're fulfilling Tyr's spell.
What happens now?
No idea, brother. But after that fall, I'm sure we're
Sends me
past
a
the worst of it.
whole bunch of guys where I'm just gonna dance around like this.
Oh, no, this is considerably worse.
And basically, like, if these guys come at you, so you're just looking to cover some area here. Oh, there he is. I was like, what the hell? I was confusing Atreus with the actual bad guy. So you just want to kind of have those area attacks for these guys, because they're just one-hit kills. And then here, we actually have to finesse this one a little bit. So he's gonna do this. And we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do that round 2. just wait. It's on an auto scroll, so he spawns at a very particular time. We wait, we just back up a little bit. As soon as he starts running, you hold R2, smash. And so now we'll run to the backside without the door. We'll get 1 nightmare. We'll get 2 nightmares over here. And I tend to just keep throwing. He'll show up. See?
That was
So
tough.
yeah,
Where do you
I'm
think
gonna just
it's
pick
taking
some
us
stuff up.
next?
I do not know.
Helheim is next, so we're gonna take the blades out, and I think it's this side.
Oh no! We're back in hell?
Oh dear,
Let me
here they
get
come.
2 guys running at me.
Ready yourself.
Now we'll get some big guys with shields and all that fun stuff. Go this way. Another one over here. One more guy over here. That's the end of this one.
Surely that's enough of that.
And now we go by the door. Get an ogre and a troll. And some Draugr. Now we just wait him out.
Ogre and Troll at the same time.
Now he's down.
Sure, that's fair.
Now these guys. Wow, they are really taking a while to spawn. Okay. That's the end of that.
You stopped. I think it's over.
You know, I've watched you do
Look,
like Plague
we're back
Tale
in Midgard.
runs, Kira.
There's the bridge.
And I'm so impressed
it.
by how
The tower's
long
back
and
where it
difficult and
Now Tyr's travel room can take us
focus
to Jotunheim.
intensive those
How
seem
did
to
Tyr
be.
do this?
Odin
And you do a good
suspected the
job of
giants
those,
secretly
so
possessed
I
some
wouldn't cut
remnant of
yourself short.
primordial
You could probably do
Jotnar
this one for
essence.
sure.
The stuff all realms were made of.
I don't know
The
about
Unity
some of
Stone must have been
the
fashioned from that
flashing
essence.
and limitations
To
on
trust an
that, but
outsider with it, even Tyr, tells you just how desperate
it's a really
they were.
fun one, and like it's one of those where the story shines, which is what I like about it. The story just really kind of pulls through in this run. It is long, but it is what keeps me going each time. I just enjoy, you know, the relationship and the way that it evolves, and like the friends they make along the way, and all that kind of thing. Like it's just one of those things.
You fellas sure love to make a wreck.
Like I would say, I run Forbidden West for the gameplay and listen to me talk. Not all the gameplay, but the battle mechanics and the good stuff. But the this game I run for the story and the absolute like precision it takes to get a good time, because you do have to do most of this the very same way each time, whereas a lot of other games just have more differences, you know, little things that can
Hold
change.
on, wait
but
a minute.
yeah,
This isn't going to work.
it's the heads we've made along
There's
the
no
way.
travel
Yes.
crystal. Tyr must have used his own eyes to refract the energy. It was his final failsafe.
We've got eyes like him, Mimir.
That's what I'm saying. It's a 5-hour speed run. That's
eye.
super impressive.
One.
It's also such a
Odin plucked out
good
my other eye
game. Requiem is
precisely
such a
to
good
keep me
game.
from traveling. Sorry, lads.
That's
Thought
one
that
I
would
need to
work.
play yet
What
too.
did Odin do with your other eye?
If you haven't played
kept it.
Requiem, A Plague's Tale
Many of
Requiem, or
100 places, I'm
the
afraid.
We've
first
come
one's
so
called
far.
Innocence,
There
I think,
has to be
right?
a way.
Bit of
but
a
either
long
way,
shot.
they're
For
just
years,
amazing
I've
games.
seen
Yeah.
Sindri, sometimes Brock, lurking around in that mountain when Odin came for his visits. Maybe they know something.
Brock and Sindri.
You don't have to hide all your bodies. I'm glad I don't have to hide bodies. They just disintegrate in this one.
Hey guys.
All
question for
right.
you. Anyone know where we can find Mimir's other eye?
So this split is called Depth Perception, because we're looking for another eyeball. Makes sense.
Sorry. As a matter of fact, Odin asked me to. He wanted me to build a.
I can't get over how Sindri is just so ridiculous.
He showed it to me, you see, and I... Declined. Sorry. Will you excuse me? Oh.
Well, that was useless.
You know, it was about that same time that Odin came around looking for me to build a statue with some sort of hidden compartment. Now, that not being a weapon and the Aesir being a bunch of pock-speckled cockers, I too saw fit to decline. But I know he got it built just the same.
I'm so proud of Brock's insults. They're so creative.
It's that one of Thor out there flashing his sack to the lake.
The statue that the serpent ate.
Sorry about that. Feeling much better.
How are we
Nice
supposed
job,
to look
Wyndham.
inside
Nice
the
job.
snake?
Inside? Oh no.
So it's got a forced slow walk here. We'll get to move.
We'd better go see
the
what the
door
world
here in a
serpent has to
second.
say about that.
All right.
Well, lads,
Once more to the horn.
Once more to the horn.
Nice. Warm up, Mimir. Warm up. Real set of lungs on that head.
So, are we really doing this? Letting the serpent swallow us?
Yep.
You do not have to come.
Well, I'm not gonna miss this.
Alright, so we make our way down for the umpteenth time. Gonna spin our boat around.
You sure this is a good idea?
No.
Well, brothers, I've been to many strange places, but this will be a new one.
Yeah. I've never been in a giant's belly either. How about you, Father?
Never one that was not trying to eat me.
We really should expect that sort of response at this point.
Here we
We
go.
have been inside a Hydra or two. Inside a few Titans. Yeah. Kronos. Gaia. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that scene with Sindri is ridiculous at the end there. Can't even get the words out. So a nice little row your boat here in the dark.
Funny.
And we
I
just
used
kind
to
of
dream about
follow
getting
the center line
I'm
here
not afraid.
up on the
It just
ceiling.
reminded me of a way I used to feel when I
You
was
make
a
your way
child.
through, and this really is like
Let's find that statue.
limited in how fast you can go. You just don't want to bump into anything. So there's several little spots you'll see come pretty close to the boat, but you kind of want to follow the esophagus, I guess. I don't know what the hell it is.
Smells not as
Obviously,
bad as
it
I
doesn't
thought
need
it'd
an
be.
esophagus.
Bit like heather ale
Trachea?
fermenting.
It's probably a trachea
Rather
up there,
pleasant, actually.
or some kind of blood vessel.
You're so weird.
And either way, we follow that along when you can't see, but it does start to get just a little bit brighter
We can beach
for
over
some
here.
reason back here.
There, the hammer.
And so we have a little bit of a puzzle, and then we climb up and get a chest. So 4 axe throws, and then we have to freeze this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, climb up, jump up, jump down, call the axe. And that was clean. Nice. In my world record, I accidentally
idea where
threw the
Odin hid your
5th throw, the last one that freezes it in place, just a tad off of the circle, and I lost like 17 or 18 seconds because I started climbing and then I had to go back and redo the puzzle. So I could have had a sub 351 for the record, but you know, it just happens. Sometimes you make mistakes. And I would split here at the chest as soon as the prompt shows up. And now we have Mimir's other eye.
Yep, that's an eye.
Maybe you should stick that in my head for safekeeping.
So 2 splits left.
Gently now, gently.
Depth perception is over.
Thank you, brother.
And
you don't miss depth until it's gone.
we are on to We Must Be Better.
How's it feel, Mimir?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm feeling whole again, but it's a right improvement.
The
And so
Bifrost
this is the
intact.
final fight
It'll
with
serve.
Baldur.
Then we have all we need.
Finally,
There's
we're
a few
going yonder.
phases,
There's no
4
stopping us
phases.
Laddie,
And
have you ever heard the
first
term
one is very
tempting
much
fate?
reminiscent of phase 3 of the original fight with him. I'm gonna slow time, take his health down to the barrier, and then he's gonna attack me into a cutscene. The second phase
So how do we get
can
back
go
out?
well or really bad, and you guys will
what's
see
going on?
why. Third phase has a little bit
Well,
of
that
a
was
menuing
mildly
trick
terrifying. Maybe our
and
presence is
a
upsetting
switch to
Jormungandr's
another heavy
belly.
runic
No.
weapon.
Something is wrong.
Not weapon, attack. And then there's the very final phase, which we should be able to take him down with a few arrows and a rage attack. So
Glad that's over.
Is he getting hit? What is that?
We must hurry.
Couldn't agree more, brother.
you'll forgive me, I don't generally talk this much for 4 hours while I speedrun this. My throat is starting to give way a little bit, but we'll make it. We'll make it. So we skip cutscene here. As soon as the white shows up, it's going to be bright, so close your eyes. Now we'll go right into the fight. I'll wait for Baldur to shoot backwards before I slow time, otherwise he'll be stuck in that animation and I won't be able to do damage to him. So it's important that I wait just a second after this shows up. A long loading screen. So right here, grab the axe. And so it's just like the first fight, he just does this punch attack.
No! I can reach him!
So we skip, and there's a little bit of a cutscene that we roll into here. And during that skip, Baldur punches Atreus, and he has a mistletoe piece
hear the
of
wind?
the arrows that we got after we beat the dragon and
Baldur
saved
punched
Sindri.
The mistletoe?
In the quiver strap, yes.
And we broke off a piece of an arrow and used it to
Freya
fix
said
the
it was
quiver
wicked.
strap,
He's
and
more than
Baldur
half.
punched
The
that
spell
on
is
Atreus
broken.
while he was
He can be
protecting
killed.
Kratos, who was
I'm
tied
certain
down,
of it.
and it
It's
made
all
him
coming back
vulnerable
now.
again. So now we can attack him and actually do damage and kill him. So a couple of phases coming up here. And the game kind of teases you with some mechanics you've already used, but doesn't actually make you go through them. So you have a little bit of the reminiscence from the Magni and Modi fight here, where we can, you know, do this nonsense. But it doesn't actually mean anything. No matter which way you're facing, no matter what happens here, you're gonna block his attack and go into the fight. It's really just, you know, showing the concentration and the protection and all that kind of thing. It's really just about the visual storytelling for the fight.
You will stop this!
Okay, so now I have to switch to my blades because he's gonna go ice mode.
I feel!
That wasn't terrible, not as fast as I've ever done it, but okay, didn't actually do any damage though. Really wish he would stop moving around so much. Yeah, there we go. That was not great. Not great at all, but it's all good.
You will die!
So we're gonna lift up. Mash square for the shot here. Alright, so here's phase 3. What I'm gonna do here, as soon as I have control of Kratos, I'm gonna menu. I'm gonna change my heavy runic to Blessings of the Frost, and then I'm gonna restart from save in order to refill all my runics and stuff. So
I've never felt so alive.
Stop this! Reba!
a little bit of a menuing trick and then a quick fight. So go here, 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 here. Not bad. And so I'm gonna immediately slow time. Pull out the axe, Blessings of the Frost. Aim. Gonna
More! Show me more!
Nice. That was fast. Nice work. So you can get a glitch here, and hopefully I don't, because it looks like all the little Hellwalker guys died. But one can be left over, and then you can't get the prompt you need here to climb. I'd had this in a run that was just behind world record pace one day, and then I ended up losing like 20 seconds not knowing what to do. It would stop you from doing that jump, and there'd just be a bad guy running around, and you can't pull out a weapon in that instance or anything. So, but that was a really good section right there. Worked out just how I wanted it to. That's how it should look. Yeah. The second phase, not so good, but first phase was perfect as well. So we got a bit of mostly side scroller here. There's not a whole lot that I'm going to be doing. They tease this little bit again. I'm going to block, and then I'm just going to hit them once, and this is over. But this is just like the thing on the dragon, and it's like, yeah, I'm not wanting to do that, and the game probably knows that too. So, so this is all cutscene. We're gonna have a little bit of mashing square until the boy shoots. Kicks are part of the cutscene. Now you hit square. Sweet shot. Little wink and a nod. And so this next section takes a little bit of timing. And so here's the very last section where I'm mashing square now in order to get an instant pullback right here. If I don't mash square before that square prompt shows up, it'll take a few seconds for me to actually do it. So it's one of those instances where you just want to be mashing before anything happens. So this part right here, I'm going to be throwing rocks at him, but also shooting him with arrows in order to try to keep him in the same place. So we'll see if it works. Either way, it should go fairly quickly. So we lock on, shoot him, beat him. Okay. And we didn't quite get him down, but he's gonna be fine. That's it. I shot too many arrows in one of the sections, but anyway, so we're gonna hit square a few times. Daddy boy beat the hell out of Balder. And now we're gonna punch him 22 times very hard in the face. Right in the face. Again, right in the face. More face punches. And we split. So that's the end of the fight. Yeah. Now we'll skip another cutscene where, you know, we try to let him live, but then he tries to kill Freya, and then we snap his neck, just like at the beginning. Yeah. And so now it is just movement to Jotunheim and the tallest peak in the realm.
You killed her son, lad. Her son. The death of a child is not something a parent gets over easily.
But he was gonna kill her.
Still
Who would have
3.5
died to
minutes
see him live?
behind.
Only
So
a parent can
really good
understand.
pace here at the end, to
So
be
you'd let
honest.
me kill
Kept
you?
pace
If
with
it meant
world
you would
record
live.
in the last 4
Yes.
splits.
Look,
So really
there was
good stuff.
no easy choice for anybody, brother. But I think we can all agree you did the right thing. The world's a better place with Freya in it. Just give her time, lads. She'll come around.
Back to Tyr's temple then. One last time.
So there's a little trick, the
Jotunheim
very
awaits.
last
Here we
trick
go.
that we do
I can't
here.
believe we're gonna see the giants.
I'm gonna activate the tower to Jotunheim,
Probably.
which is one to the left. And now it goes right into a cutscene that I'm gonna skip. You would normally be locked into a slow walk all the way up the stairs, listen to some
Boy,
dialogue, all this
Your
stuff.
head.
But instead, I'm going to hold backwards for just a bit, and as soon as he levels out, you can run. And I'm not going to run all the way to the top, but I'm going to run a very good chunk of this. And all it takes is a few steps backwards to make this work. Otherwise, right up to this big rock, now we start walking. You'd have to walk this slow the whole way if you didn't do what I just did. So nice little time save at the end. But here we're going to walk through a very bright white light. Keep holding forward through the light, skip a cutscene, and now it's a nice slow jog all the way into the cavern. We'll skip another cutscene, and then we'll be ready to call time. Once we climb to the
It's
top.
nothing.
I'll give a
just thought
countdown
I'd hear voices by now.
when the time is called. So now we made it to Jotunheim.
Hello? Anybody here?
It's awful quiet. Awful quiet. Ooh, pictures for tomorrow. Yeah. Get your wallpaper photos out, people.
I should feel them, but I don't.
All
This place is
right.
dead.
So got a
What
little
happened?
cutscene coming up here.
Why'd Mom send us here?
One question is answered
gonna
and two
skip it.
more take its place.
And now I'm going to walk through. And what we skipped here is we knocked all this off, and the wall shows the whole story. Everything we just did.
Look, it's Mother's. She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was always with us,
Up to this
Watching over
point,
us.
anyway.
leading us home. Let's finish it.
All right, after this climb, I'm going to walk up to the edge, and as soon as I count down, we will call time. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, cut. That's it. Yeah. This was a good run. I think I kept it right about where I wanted to.
No,
I'm
We
waiting
do it
on the
together.
delay. Oh yeah.
son.
Sub 355, everybody. Just what I promised. Just what I promised. We got a great song here. This song is, the vocals are amazing. Thank you guys for the G's. What a great run. I'm so happy to have been able to show you guys this. If you haven't seen me run it, if you haven't seen the game or played the game, this run really does show that story off very well. Shows off really the gameplay, what you can use, the strongest moves, the strongest armor. The stats are jacked through the roof for setting up for the speedrun file. And the music, can't beat it. Cannot beat it.
Goodbye, Faye.
I love you, Mom.
So that's 3 minutes
Giants.
and 36 seconds behind the world
They're all
record.
gone.
Not a bad
There's
run
nothing
at
for us
all.
here.
I'm really happy with this, actually. There were some things that worked out really well.
Come.
A few things that didn't, like the death in Tearsfall. Silly me. But, you know, good stuff.
So,
But, hey
my
guys,
mother was a giant,
what a great
which makes me part
great
giant and
speedrun marathon we've had here. I'm
Right.
so happy you got to see this. I've had so
Guess
much
there's
fun
just
with
one thing I don't
bingo
understand.
and strike and watching everyone play HCD and watching
My name
everyone
on the
play
wall.
Forbidden West and watching everyone just do their thing.
Giants
This has
called
been
me
so much fun.
Loki?
Tomorrow's another day. I'd be happy to do a little race tomorrow for you guys. B-Dud and I are going to do New Game Plus story. And yeah,
She must have called you that to her people.
should be a great Sunday end to the speedrun marathon. So yeah.
I
Question for
am
another
really excited. For
Oh my
that
god.
Let us go
Hello,
home.
Dorian. I'm excited as well.
GG on that one.
Thank
That
you.
was
Yeah.
amazing.
Thanks for being here for the whole thing. Thanks for letting me put this one on. It's been so much fun. Can't say thank you enough, man. Thanks so much, you and Elk, for putting this on. I guess one last thing about this, something we do as speedrunners for this game, you go down, you finish the story of this, he'll tell a story about how Atreus got his name. I won't go through it all, but there are dewdrops you can collect that help to put your stats up, and I'll show you kind of what the stats and the build look like, I guess, if anyone's interested, but they're pretty full. Everything's up there. I think everything caps somewhere around like 350. So like the vitality, luck, cooldown could still build a little bit. But you know, Zeus with the different enchantments on it, the Zeus armor, all of this definitely takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, and you know, makes for a great run and a good time when you're playing it. So if anyone ever wants to know what it takes to run this game, definitely let me know and I would be happy to tell you. So cheers, everybody. That's all I got.
All right. Then it was a fun day of speedruns. Yeah, we had some really, really cool ones today.
Big Note was
And
definitely fun.
Yeah, and tomorrow will not be less exciting. Who starts tomorrow? Elk starts off tomorrow with Frozen White Single Blast Ultra Hard. And we saw the unrestricted version of it today.
Huh.
Tomorrow we will show the restricted version of it. And yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Gonna be a great time. I love the Frozen Wilds run, so it's gonna be fun to watch.
So yeah.
All right.
That is it for us today. For all the European folks, you should go to sleep.
Absolutely. And for all you American folks, it's only 9 o'clock. You better be up and drinking and having fun. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys for being here. Seriously.
This looks interesting.
All right. So, with that, I think all is said. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and we will catch you tomorrow.
Cheers,
Take
everyone.
care, everybody.
Take care.